Okay, now the mic should work as well, right? It didn't register it properly on the PC. What kind of game is this? This is Throne and Liberty. Okay. Are the contracts that can go inside? Yep. Okay, now I would say a little upgrade session of what's possible. If we are really lucky, we get that to purple now. That was a good one. Yep, let's go. Nice. Because we were having mana issues the whole time, no? Getting that mana exchange up was actually needed. Those are also all the rewards that we just farmed through the open quest that we had left. So not too bad. We did not craft anything yet. Okay, now let's go to our Amitai house and then we need to buy World Tree Leaves. Oh, sorry, yeah, let me answer the question again. It's like this. If you go and trade blue gear, it's basically lost. You cannot transfer to purple gear. But if you are putting a fully traded blue item into a purple one, the purple one will already have blessings. So let's say you're having 3 versions of something that are actually not great, yeah? And you have a blue item, you would still max trade it before you put it into the one, because otherwise you would just dissolve it and the items would go to waste. So let's say like humanoid bonus damage. That's not a good trade. But you would still put that onto your blue item before you put it in the purple one. So the purple one will have more blessings that you can then use for something that you need. See here, for example, the undead bonus damage. Nah? When I want to trade my +9 bow into a crossbow, and I would have like 3 bows with that damage, I would put that on my last slot here before I put it in the purple one. Okay, so World Tree Leaves. This is what we need to buy for sure now. World Tree Leaves. I don't know why I was spamming that like an idiot. Okay, so we still want to try to get our dungeon points off with Temple of Slaughter, but most people are not able to actually clear the dungeon. They don't understand the mechanics. So yeah, that's about that. So let's check again what we have here in regards of the items here. Maintenance, goodbye. So it does work. Okay, so the people are struggling basically with like hovering over it, I guess. Because they said it's not updated, and when I was checking, you can just hover it and it says it. But if the people are struggling with it, then obviously we're gonna redo it. Where do I get those blueprints for these weapons or armors? Uh, so lithographs can be dropped, yes, but it's mostly a system. Once you are more in the end game, then you will drop like a purple weapon. Yeah. So bots cannot farm the open world unlimited. You will then be they implemented the lithograph system. So that means a bot that is getting a purple weapon cannot really sell it because he would have to do contracts and all of those quest stuff to then buy ink. With the ink, you can then create lithographs out of a weapon that you dropped and sell that lithograph on the auction house. So it's only a strategy to prevent bots from being able to manipulate the market. And it's not actually like in other games where you have like all of those recipes that you grind and stuff to craft. It's actually implemented for a bot protection reason. And this is also why it feels a bit clunky, the system, and it's not like intuitive like it is in other games. I gotta say this name change update was so unnecessary. Okay. So it's Precious Blessing Pouch, Treasure Goblin. So what is the lithography for that thing called? I don't remember. Uh, okay. Thank you very much for the subscription, Vice. Thank you very much for the subscription, Mikael and Glenn. Okay. Okay. Now everything should be up to date. Uh, well, when will the servers be up? They are supposed to be in the maintenance for 6 hours. We did have that previously, that they said 6 hours and then it was live after 3 hours. So I think they're just planning generously because in general for the player base, it feels better to have like a shorter duration than they announced instead of like being there after like 2 hours and like what the fuck, what's going on? Everyone is mad. So I think their strategy there is decent. Okay, so the guide is updated, guys. There is no reason to not five-star this guide. Like so far, more than 1,000 people are using the guide, and no one has even rated it. So come on, if you like it, if it helps you out, give it a 5 stars. So that guide is updated. That's off the list. Then I want to use the time to prepare a guide that I'm going to release on the 2nd of October. And it's going to be a Solent farm guide. So I do need to get some signings because I cannot do the videos. I need to list first what are good Solents, and then I will rank them in order so it's the best version for you to figure out what is going on and how you can get Solent, because you will realize that Solent is the most important part. And now some people will say, yeah, it's gonna bottleneck all the whales and stuff. The real whales, they can bypass that Solent bottleneck by selling selling rare jewelry and stuff like this. So the first one is Lucent to Solent conversion via games like Marant, etc. Okay, and the dog wants to be fed. I will be back in 2 minutes, just getting the dog some food. 1 second. Ja, hallo. Okay, so the doggo is fat. So now we can go back to the Solent farm guide. So auction house conversion is one topic. Then next up we have open world dungeons. Here we need to have cooking. So and you have a Solent 50% food. Then we are having dungeon speed runs, same food. Then we are having dynamic events, reaching top 10. Here we can also add the sale of gems, because the gems that you're dropping, it's not only, wait, that's the wrong one. It's not only the Solent that you're dropping from the mobs, it's also the amount of gems that you're getting there that you can then NPC. This is like the most reliant Solent farm sources that I have always been using. I'm not sure if we should mention contracts. Yes, you get money there, but you would do that anyways, right? You know what I mean? It's not like your main reason to do it. Okay, now we have to still prioritize it. This is by far the best. Then that one. Then this one. Then that one. And this one I'm not gonna include in the list because we're gonna do that in form of a daily anyways. Similar to that, I think I will also not include that, but you're gonna do that anyways. Right, maybe events. I don't know if people are doing it anyways. So Lucent, what do we have to talk about for Lucent? Uh, Auction house and text system explained into reselling on the market. Then trade extraction stones and our sources plus explain how trades are sold on the auction house. So that should better. So it's like this. I'm gonna go over trade extraction stones. It's the main source of income of Lucent as a free-to-play player. I'm gonna explain how it's going sold, then how the tax system works, how you can resell that stuff. Then we're talking about lithography, rerolls of expensive weapons via great success. So that means if you have the option to get like your hands on an expensive item, you will then turn it into a lithography and recraft that item again by yourself. If you're lucky, you will get a great success, and then you basically have the item twice. The one item you're going to lose, the other one is going to be brown, and you can sell as a direct piece of item in the auction house. And this is rare and usually gets really high prices. Then the other one is cooking, uh, life skills, reference other videos, and there we are having the major part of cooking and fishing, sales of great success. Then we are having Marant ore farm in the rain. We are also having open world dungeons, trades and gems. Um, okay. Let me think. Like it's way easier to do it if you actually have the game open and don't have to take out everything from your head. Uh, Thank you very much for the follow, Kim. Subscription, sorry, man. Uh, ja, genau. Alt farming with multiple characters as they share the Lucent account wide. At the moment, we are only allowed to do 2 characters, I believe. And in Korea, I think you're allowed to do 2. 2 global versus free Korea. Okay. Then for the cooking guide. Um, are you making videos of this? Yes, yes. Here, like I can give you, if you want to, I can give you a sneak peek on the content plan. Like this is what has already been uploaded. This is where I was lucky to get a sponsor for the video, no? And here I do not have sponsors yet. I still have some conversations going on, but those are all the videos that are going to be released, and obviously I have to prepare them, right? I cannot do the videos without a script. So I always have to write a small script so I know in which direction I'm going. Like I'm not writing a script word for word, I'm like speaking freely, but I make sure that I get all the points and I do not miss out on the points so the guide is complete. Okay, so cooking guide. First off, yeah, we have another 6 hour maintenance announced. So key ingredients are herbs. Those are best farmed at the nesting grounds. Then you have mushrooms. Mushrooms are best farmed at Carmine Forest. Then we're having salt. Maybe that as a title. Don't be salty, farm it instead. Because that one is really rare. Like people will not like it. Will have real issues getting there a lot of that. Maybe I can use a thumbnail with a 99 stack of it. Thumbnail 99 salt stack. Maybe that's convincing. I don't know. We will see. Salt, Windhill Shore combined with guild contracts. Wildkin. So those are the three parts. Then we have fish as ingredients. Do not dissolve for bait. Rotine plus milk equals heavy milk. Best manner, red food plus over 200 EXP per craft. And if you're doing that combination there, you will level it up really fast. So it's thank you very much for the subscription, Ensrick. So okay, so this is your way to go for leveling. And then I know it's double, but it's a different guide, so we have to repeat it, so it's complete. Great successes can be sold on auction house. Okay. Is there anything else to say about cooking? Ah ja, genau, ja. Never cook without the cooking mastery food active before. So stack materials always and then do one cooking session. Then half of the materials can be bought at the sun tree. Maybe like this. I don't know how to spell it. Sundries merchant, and make sure to buy your dailies at egg, rye, honey. Sure, I think this is everything someone would need to know about cooking. You buy your dailies, you always have that active, you can sell that. This is the best level up with the 200 plus experience. Fishes, cooking you want to get for that. Those are the key ingredients that you want, and this is how you get them the fastest way. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so we're having Solent farm guide, we're having Lucent farm guide script, we're having cooking guide. Okay, then we're having the stats one. I already finished someone else. And now get rank 1 in every dynamic event. That's my next, that's one of the videos that will come as well. I'm currently gathering the screenshots from all the events for the thumbnail. Like I think I still miss one event where I didn't get rank 1 yet. I think I only got rank 2. Then I have rank 1 in all events, and we can pop that video with a nice thumbnail. Do you early access players get compensation for all of this downtime? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Usually, if you purchase any kind of early access and you go in the terms of service, there it will say that downtime is not compensated. You do not have the right to play the game for the full time that you have purchases, blah, 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 blah. There's no way that we are getting compensated, I guess. Maybe they're gifting us an Ami toy or like something else or some ornate coins as a goodie to make up for it, but not in form of like getting actual value. Because if everyone on the server gets it, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter if the people are getting it or not. It's useless. Okay, so the categories. What categories do we have? We have regular peace, then we have Dominion, then we have co-op, co-op, and guild. Uh, so those are PvP. And those are peace. Peace and co-op, they are PvE. Did I miss one? No, right? Okay. So then we are having the location. I think I need a map for it. I don't think I can do it out of my head without a map. 1 second. Okay, so we are having Black Hole Plains. Then we are having Stellar Fields. Then we are having Nesting Grounds. Then we are having Brown Mika. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not the first, that's probably like the 10th or 15th launch of an MMO that I played. Like, I was not expecting the server to be up, so my expectations are low anyway, so it doesn't really, um, it's not as bad as comparison. Then we are having, Abandoned Stonemason Town. Then we're having the one at Moonlight Desert. Mana Waste. Akido Valley. Getting Great Claw Forest. And Pure Light Hill. And Porno Bazaar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's gonna be split in two. We're gonna split it into two videos. I think otherwise it's gonna be too long. And I don't think I can do search engine optimization for too many. I think that would work. I do not have enough tags there. We're gonna split it. We're gonna do one for the early game that is like accessible fairly quickly within the milestone system, and one that will be released into a later date. That should be fine. So, okay. What info should we give on all of the similar events that would help to make it clear besides like farming fast? Um, the wolf event is regular kills, turning in last second, ignoring everything that he says. Okay, then we have Stellar Fields. One trick. Yeah, can we get those notes, please? No, you cannot. You can screenshot it or like watch the video, but like I'm not releasing my scripts for the videos that I'm going to produce in the next 1 to 2 weeks. So Stellar Fields. We do have mm, how is that called? Like Looks like little flowers. Hit it. Gives high value. Like there's like little flowers on the ground. And the people that hit it all the time and go for that, uh, you get a higher score. Other than that, there's not a lot to do. Nesting grounds is the is co-op event. So the first thing you have to do, escort the three guys without them getting touched by mobs. Oh, wait, that's number 2. Number 1 is actually something else. Number 1 is needs at least 2 people to uncover a cart. Then you need to escort and then gather as many materials as possible to launch balloons. The bigger the balloon you launch, the better. Okay, Abandoned Stonemason Town. This is the one with the registries. Here we have to make sure you have to check for the different registries. You just observe it and you try to check and go for those where there's the least amount of people. That is your biggest chance to go. And also, many people are registering early rather than at last second. And then you can check in the announcements what is going on with that. So it will say, give you like a rating. Of course, other people will. This is also something you have to be careful, like people that know it. Let's say every registry had over 100 points and one has like 20. Yeah. Like people that have like 110, they're probably not going to go to a 100 one because maybe they get out farmed because they have to compete. So they're going to the 21. But maybe there's also other people thinking the same way, like that's when the mind games are starting. Okay, Moonlight Desert. Here we are having different values. The best is wait for the last sales cycle and then turn in once at 3 times the value. Then go farm again and turn for best value left for last second. Okay. This is how Moonlight is played. That's pretty straightforward. Okay, this one I'm not going to prepare yet because it's going to be released in like probably 2 weeks. How to find groups as a solo player. Um, we're having party board versus party matchmaking as a system. Then we're having party invites via chat, um, party marks, yeah, if you guys have any idea about a guide that you would like to see, just let me know. Because those is just the stuff that was just going through my mind where I might think that people it would help them. A guide on guilds? You mean like a guide on how to lead a guild? Or like what should the guild guide offer? Like what should be the content of it? I was like giving out a guide on how to lead a guild. I don't think my guild leader will like that if I do that, so I don't think I'm gonna do that. Ah, you mean benefits of a guild? Okay, I got you. Okay. So this is about how the meta is played, what people should be careful about to not have a bad experience. Also, how to put traits on weapon and armor. Do you have a video of this already? Uh, at 2 o'clock, that's coming today. How to get max traits as a free-to-play player in 1 month. That's coming with like explaining how traits work and more specifically actually like explaining how to farm the most traits. No? I thought like just explaining the trait system is not gonna give the people that watch a good value. This here is inter-server queue. Hey, um, so all the benefits of a guild. Uh, access to daily purchases of at the guild merchant. Trade conversion stones plus Polish bracelets daily plus 10 through HP. That's what you need to have as a minimum. Because that's like the stuff. This is weekly, daily, this is daily. So, what else do you have? Um, guild buffs active ones. Then you have guild buffs passives as a comparison. Then what else is good in a guild? You have guild raids. Running guild raids. Um, weekly. The perk is then you can participate Pool plus Rift Stones gives you extra stats. So for example, if you have one of those, you get like 50 skill damage boost and shit like this. And it also gives what is important, like the crafting that's only important for guild leaders. Access to guild exclusive world bosses. Yeah. Get the best Ornate points. Okay, that's a good video. Okay. Uh, what else is guild? Able to dominate PvP events. Can cut player access to archboss weapons. Get hostile siege and text delivery. Biggest Solent and Lucent value in game. Did I miss anything? Well, maybe like community. Community easier to do static and not cross dungeons and open world. Yeah, I think this is about it for the guild. So, thank you very much for the subscription, Celestine. Bringing that average female viewer count and subscriber count up. Okay, so best value ornate coins. In priority, we're gonna do that. Precious blessing pouch. God, I still have to remember the whole shop just out of my head. Precious blessing pouch. Purple skill books. Blue skill books. Weapon. Crow stones. Accessory and armor. Crow stones. This is everything that is giving power, and that's the priority order. I am still not sure if tomorrow they're gonna reset it, the monthly cap or not. If that is the case, then I should not buy this. So I have enough Ornate coins to purchase this right away again. If it's not the case, I should buy this. So it's gonna be a luck one. Do not buy cosmetics. Right. That's very positive. Do only buy cosmetics if your gear is already maxed out. Can you farm or get ornate coins? Mm, mm, rewards from guild contracts I missed. Okay. So ornate coins cannot be farmed in a unlimited way. You can farm a limited amount by uncovering codex pages. Oh, I'm gonna do that. Oh, that's a really good. Thanks for that idea. I'm gonna release that together with the Discord quest, I think. That would make sense. That's a good topic, and people want to get that reward. I can put it on the thumbnail. Do not miss out on that reward, and then I'm explaining the whole system behind it. Yeah, thanks, Doom. That's a good one. So the reason why what I think they're going to do with Ornate coins, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be correct on this one, is they want to use it as an event currency. So basically, when they were doing Twitch drops, they included Ornate coins, yeah, to get people there. They don't want to give out only cosmetics and stuff like this, because this will decrease the participation of actually people that are like hardcore players, like the core, the loyal fan base mostly, because they do not give too much fucks about cosmetics. And if you can get power somewhere for your character, like almost everyone is gonna do it, right? Even though the cosmetic would look dog shit, you would still go there to get the ornate coins. And they have done that again now by offering a Discord quest that is starting tomorrow, where if you're playing, having Discord open and you play the game at the same time, you will also get 100 Ornate coins. So I think the Ornate coins is whatever event they're doing, similar for Guild Conquest event, they're also getting the how to say it, they're also giving this out as a reward to the guilds. So I think this is the event currency that they're introducing, even though they have not called it like this, they haven't given me any infos, but I think this is what's going to happen. So then we're having still the skill upgrade guide. I didn't release it yet because I didn't know how the skill system is going to be on global compared to how it was in Korea. Okay, what can I say that is not class specific about skill upgrades? First, if you have no clue, follow a build guide. Upgrading wrong skills destroys early game experience a lot. You will feel so weak if you do this. Okay. XP transfer of skills is costly, and that's you're behind in okay. So then the upgrade strategy. It's upgrade main damage skills from 1 from green to blue. Do not spread the books out. Then upgrade main damage skills from blue to purple. Do not spread them books out. Then upgrade epic skills from 1 to 3. And only if all skills are level 3, you go to level 5 one by one. Okay. When your main damage skills are purple, level 3, and you still have blue skills, dissolve the purple books into blue ones and get all blue skills to purple first. Okay, what else is there to skills? We didn't talk about, this is how to level skills without going specifically into a class. Then you can craft skill book out of lower rarity ones or out of parchment and marrant. Best marrant farm is open world dungeon, auction house, and marrant or grind during rain. Then I actually cannot answer this question at the moment. I don't know it yet, and I don't want to say something wrong. So I'm gonna leave that one open. I don't know the best parchment farm. I know where there are sources from it, but I don't know what's the best. I have to test it a bit, take some notes, and do the math behind it first. Also may put the CC item craft in this video and tell them to save those 25 stones each. I actually put it already in the 100 tips video, so I'm not gonna put it in here. If you didn't watch the 100 tips video, it's your own fault, I guess. Like, that was the biggest project I ever did. Like, producing that video, like, I have a girlfriend, I have a dog, I work full time in a leading position. That means I don't usually get like 8 hours of work a day. It's usually more like 9 or 10. Because there's always some stuff that you have to do extra. And if you're in a lead position, you cannot say no. And yeah, it took me 2 hours, about 3 hours every day after work of editing on this video. So I work basically 10 hours. I do the dog, I eat something, and then I edit 3 hours more videos, get the footage, write the script, all of that. That was pretty rough, but I'm happy that that video is getting so much success. Okay, then we're also talking about Gate of Infinity, regular loot, and then events. Open here it is. Loot, we're gonna go about this. Also, maybe one thing for the people that don't know yet, that the Amazon Games announced that the Halloween event that is planned for Korea, we will also get on global. So we can also expect the Halloween event to be coming up. And I'm pretty sure that this is going to be part of it. And of course, I will drop a video once the event is released and I've analyzed it and done the math on how to get the highest value out of the Halloween event. You think this maintenance will be full 6 hours? So the first time they did a 6 hour call, it was 3 hours. I think they are taking it and giving us a longer estimate. So if they are done faster, it's fine. And no, the whole Discord will not burn if they are late by like 10 minutes. I think this is their strategy. With running only 3 dungeons a day and not getting my weapon, should I keep spamming it or should I just use the tokens to get it? Okay. So if you have bought the battle pass in itself, yeah, then you will get about 40 tokens. You need 120 to craft it guaranteed. So you will use your points to run the dungeons that drop loot that is like somewhat fine for your gear, yeah? And the dungeons that do not drop loot for what you want to play for your build, those tokens you will take out of the battle pass boxes, so you do not have to farm them. So this is your way of getting the most efficiency, and all of your dungeon choices should lead towards getting those 120 tokens ready so you can craft your purple weapon. Because there's a difference. Like there's one saying, a fully traded blue item is better than a bad purple item. This is 100% correct. There's one exception, and this is your main hand weapon. I still believe that if you rush your main hand weapon to purple, you do have enough materials to instantly upgrade that to purple 9. The base damage increase between blue and purple is about 25%, and that is better than the fully traded blue main weapon. Yo, welcome back to the stream, Shine. We're currently doing scripts for the YouTube videos that are about to come. We can't exchange these tokens for another dungeon token, can we? No, you can't. You have to do it specifically. That's why I said, try to pinpoint the dungeons out. No? Those 2 dungeons, basically 40 tokens that give you the worst loot for your build. And those are the ones that you want to open from your battle pass. And the other dungeons, you will just have to farm. And thank you very much for the follow, Zalrock. And one more subscription by Crowbar. Thank you. Okay. Um, and one more follow by J Park. We are getting big. Lots of support in the last days. I like it. And one more follow by Big Sneaky. Let's go. Mm. That's 8 guides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's 1 week of releases. Because my plan was I was still not able to hire an editor for the channel. Did sadly not get any applications, even though I signed it out. Um, so 2 weeks after launch, I will be releasing 1 video a day, and then we will go back to 1 video on Wednesday and 1 video on Saturday. I can, as soon as I have to work again and not in vacation, I cannot drop that many videos and still actually play the game. And then I would have to decide to either play or do the videos. And I actually want to prefer to play competitive arena over to actually show some really nice PvP gameplay as montages and stuff like this. Yeah, that's easier to how to say, that's easier to produce. And I think after those videos, as long as they are not releasing new content, I think we have guides then for every single piece of content that the game has to offer and how to do it. Thank you very much for the follow, Speed. Hey yo, so I'm going with your build on launch, but wondering why you go with ranged evasion over melee evasion. Okay. So going for melee evasion on Xbow Dagger. Um, how to explain it? Like some parts that you want to wear, yeah, to get the highest DPS, they cannot even roll melee evasion, you know? Like they are limited to mana, range evasion, and magic evasion. So you would have to replace that and get some downgrades on your DPS compared to if you're running ranged and stuff. So my personal playstyle, how to say that without sounding stupid. I would say my APM is really good, my reaction speed is really good, yeah. I have the potential to outplay them by using my Nimble Leap to do the gaps, using Nimble Leap to dodge their dashes. I still have to practice to get better at using my actual dodge against their fury attacks, because there's going to be the next PvP balance update. They will make the stun from Greatsword Dagger dodgeable. So all you have to do is you have to get used to their playstyle. You need to know when they stun, and then you will dodge the stun. You will get extra damage for dodge and mana regen, and also, at the moment, what is missing for me is the CC removal stone. Once you have that, it will also be a lot easier to play against Greatsword Dagger. And once Tier 2 is releasing, you will stack stun resistance and melee heavy attack evasion, and then you are Gucci against Greatsword Daggers. But overall, Greatsword Dagger is just your counter play to your build, and it often does not make sense in theory crafting to try to spec against your counter. Rather, do that what your build can do really well and focus on that what it can do well rather than focusing on what it can't do. Of course, you want to turn out weaknesses. That's with the strategies that I said. So you have counterplay potential, but overall, make sure that you're doing with the build what it can do best, and that is high fucking DPS. And at the moment in large scale PvP, I would say that I'm performing under, because I was trying to always make the spin to win work as like, oh, I go into the enemies and I slay them, like I jump in there and I kill 10 at once. Stupid playstyle, stupid strategy. I stopped doing it. What I'm doing now is I'm sticking with our healers. And when the Greatsword Daggers are coming and diving our healers, then I will use my spin to win in our backline to get rid of them, and I will help them. Similar with if tanks go into our backline and they're trying to CC all of our healers, they're trying to do their sleep comps and all of that. I try to burst them with my high single target DPS, and this is where my build currently shines. So Crossbow Dagger is not giving the highest value at the moment. Maybe if we had more Crossbow Daggers with like a sleep bomb setup to actually nuke a whole area instantly in that combo, we could go for it. But overall, it's just like you do want to do what your build can do and not play against the strengths of your build. And I think I have found my place at the current meta, at the current state of the server. And as my build gets stronger, I will deal more damage. I will try to adapt my playstyle to be efficient all along the progress bar. And also, my thought is why I didn't pick like the best large scale class, like something like bow staff or something like this, that these like heavy damage, probably fun to play in large scale also, is that I personally like to play arena a lot. And the large scale stuff are time based. I don't know when I have to work full time how often I can show up. And then I can maybe do like one or two cool PvP events a day that last 20 minutes. So that's 40 minutes of PvP. If I have a class that I believe will be wrecking in arena with my arena PvP build for the Crossbow Dagger that I will be releasing, that I think I'm going to be wrecking with that. And I also have more counter in there against the Greatsword Dagger meta. And yeah, I think if I find a good SNS1 player and Greatsword Dagger player paired with Crossbow Dagger, we are going to be a crazy good arena team. If I find some other like-minded people that really like to enjoy and also are willing to optimize their gear for arena and take some downsides in the large scale PvP. Yeah, that about it. Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe let me open Discord because I'm actually not up to date with nothing. Can you rate some build top 5 for PvP and PvE? Oh, thank you very much for the subscription, Zalolor. And as always, for Twitch subscriptions, the doggo gets a treat. I bought new duck treats for her. This is also why Lumi instantly gets up when she heard the subscription sound, because she knows she's gonna get a treat now. Lumi, come here. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Good job. Huh? Good job. Okay, so all the guides that you have seen will be released on my channel. So don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Obviously, I cannot really. I know you probably want everything right now, right at once, no? I can understand that, but as a creator, I do have to fill it so I get like feed the algorithm, get one video a day, um, make sure that those videos get a decent amount of watch time. Otherwise, my channel is not growing. So I do have to follow some guidelines that YouTube is giving. Okay. Um, Okay, so what are we gonna do? Yeah, I don't know, maybe you guys have any question. I don't know what else to do. Like we have all the scripts done. I do not want to record the guides on stream. I do not like doing that. Maybe we can do some reactions. I don't know. I've actually never reacted to anything, I believe. I will try maybe one time if we're lucky and they just forgot to announce it, because their communication is not skill is like not the strongest. But we will see. Do you have any info on how cooking works? Is there a max efficiency item you craft for leveling? Yes.
Language not supported.
You're gonna try to level up um, until you unlock heavy milk, and heavy milk can then be upgraded with only 2 ingredients: milk, which you can buy at the Sundries Merchant Unlimited, and the other one is routine, which drops from many, many mobs. So it's really easy to farm, and you can also go for it by what's it called? Um, by Amitoy Expedition, and this one gives like 200 EXP if you do one craft, and it's really easy to farm. So once you have unlocked that one, you can basically craft all the way to max level. I believe it's 21, if I'm not mistaken. And at that max level, your crate success chance for items will then be a lot higher, and you can obviously earn more Lucent then with your cooking and have more food for yourself. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we are doing our first ever reaction. Let me find something that we can react to. Do you want to react to something Foreign Liberty related or something gaming in general? Is fishing worth doing? I would say 100% yes, because you will need the fish that you are catching to craft certain pieces of food, and some of the big buff foods they introduce fishing. So, for example, if you're a PvP player, I would say, even though it sounds weird, fishing is essential, because for the best PvP food, you will need some kind of a fish bladder. And thank you very much. Jeez, like I cannot even follow with all of that. So thank you very much for the subscription with Visa, Rob, and one follow by Juicy. Let me find something. Thank you for the follow, Twizzy. Your name sounds familiar, Twizzy. Do I know you from somewhere?
It's an MMO that
Right, YouTube, yes. Okay. Just let me
Neglected,
know what it's like
as
with
an
the
afterthought,
sound.
like so many other MMOs do.
So this video is about PvE in Throne and Liberty.
So if in a main
Maybe you want... So this video is about PvE in Throne and Liberty. Yeah, maybe one before we start, my personal opinion. If I would be a PvE player, the Korean launch version I would have not enjoyed, I would guess. The global version, on the other hand, I would say if you do not want to do PvP, there's actually more than enough content now for non-PvPers. And also, you can sell some of the items that PvPers want and make a profit out of it. So I think it's a place for PvE and PvP people and not a mass PvP only game anymore.
certain people have when considering to play Throne and Liberty is wondering, is this just going to be another one of those big Asian MMOs that's just all about PvP and I'm not going to enjoy it? But that's not necessarily true at all. I think one main problem is people look at new MMOs through the lens of an other MMO that they already play. Largely World of Warcraft, let's be honest, as obviously...
Is it fitting with the sound? Can you hear it well?
In fact, in order
with that
for any
settings?
new MMO to succeed, developers really do have to strategize a method to steal a little bit of the World of Warcraft audience and other big MMOs. But this is the problem. People have the expectation that an MMO can't be good unless it follows this World of Warcraft format, which is very ironic considering World of Warcraft has massively lost sight of what makes the MMO genre unique. Throne and Liberty is also a free-to-play MMO, so you can't really run into the game expecting it to absorb your time as much or have the same content flow as a subscription-based MMO. And this is why free-to-play MMOs usually focus on player-driven content like open-world PvP and guild rivalries. But this doesn't mean that...
Okay, that's probably the first thing where I would disagree. Like, what does it have to do if it's subscription-based or free-to-play if it's a PvE or a PvP game? Like, both exist in both versions and neither is like worse or better. I would say the PvP and WoW, what I have seen, like all those people chasing the Gladiator ranks, like it was like crazy popular. They had esports around it, so I'm not really getting his point here.
The game doesn't have any PvE content. In fact, there's quite a lot. There's also a lot more on the way if you look at the roadmap, and there's even some very casual-friendly solo content. Very soon next week, guys, I am going to be making a big first impressions video of this game, as I have played it quite a lot now. It's just in the development process, so be sure to subscribe to your channel so you don't miss that video when it is uploaded. First, we have the Adventure Codex. This is the main storyline that you follow in the game, although it isn't 100% linear, because every chapter now and again will branch out into its own little mini storylines. Now that I've played a good 5 chapters of the main storyline, I can confidently say that this is very high quality.
Okay. I'm not too sure what I should think about someone rating the PvE of the game that is in chapter 5 and did not do any of the PvE content in the end. That's weird.
Experience that wouldn't be out of place in a good solo RPG. So I think solo casual players will definitely enjoy leveling in this game. You will notice that the leveling itself isn't go and kill 20 boars, go and pick up 20 grapes. The quests are sometimes a little bit like that, but way less grindy, and it focuses more on, well, just being interesting. Sometimes you're on a bit of a murder mystery, sometimes you're inside a monolith doing some puzzles, and then other times you are infiltrating a goblin tribe by doing some...
I don't know, I'm personally someone that really enjoys puzzles, and I think that they've included all those puzzles in the level journey to, yeah, maybe like challenge some people or whatever. I personally enjoyed that a lot, figuring out those puzzles for the first time and all of that. So, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I really liked it. But I know that some people didn't, because some people are so happy on some of the guides that I did for the puzzles that they finally were able to solve it with the guide. So I don't think they enjoyed it a lot.
Continuing all the way to level 50, there are bosses inside to defeat that are all pretty good loot, and you will return at specific level ranges if you wish to finish off the remaining bosses. In fact, when you're following the main storyline, there are also these
Yeah, one shout out, Tails Tower, check it out there.
mini solo instances to complete also. At endgame, this individual instance can actually scale up and turn into the Gate of Affinity, with bigger damage, bigger health pools, and new boss mechanics to make it more challenging with
also, at that boss, I'm also out doing that. When he's doing that big cone, I always use Shadow Strike to get back on him, doing the same tactic.
Increase rewards, also if you complete the instance within certain time windows. Next we have the Dimensional Circle dungeons. They're basically dungeons with 6 players, there's 3 leveling instances and 6 endgame instances, although there's actually a little bit more. 3 might seem a little bit low, but you do level up incredibly fast in this game compared to other MMOs, and you can jump into these with a little built-in dungeon finder in the game. These dungeons can scale up to different difficulties, like for instance tier 2, which is basically like your heroic dungeon. At this difficulty, 5 more instances are also unlocked. And on top of this you have challenge dungeons, which are essentially Mythic Plus dungeons, and they go all the way up to level 30. And at tier 5, 9 and 13, it will introduce new mechanics on the bosses, and these instances also have affixes which are going to change on a weekly basis. Now you may be afraid of the open world in this game as it is a PvP game, but at certain times of the day, the open world events and the open world dungeons are in what's called a peaceful mode, meaning it is purely PvE. I have managed to get myself into one of these open world dungeons. It's basically like walking into an instance, but that world is shared with other players in the world, and they are pretty impressive. Bosses and other secrets to discover, and these instances are definitely much easier when you are in a group. The open world events are also in peaceful mode sometimes. From playing the game, yeah, you do get a lot of these open world events where there's no PvP involved, and they usually require you to clear waves of enemies, gain some kind of resource, or compete with all the other players doing the event. There's also many huge world bosses to defeat in the open world. This game is much more focused on open world raid bosses rather than instance raid content. That's not to say that there isn't any instance raid content. The instance raid content takes the form of guild raids. As far as I know, you can only do them in a guild group rather than
Like Freshy's footage here. That poor guy is getting his content stolen left and right. The MMO later guy is optimizing all his videos for Freshy in his tags to take his content. Like, people recycle his stuff so much, like that poor guy.
And when you level up your guild, you unlock more raid bosses to kill. It's an interesting way of really encouraging guild interaction, cooperation, and investment. You'll also notice that there's guild-specific open world quests that can be completed as a guild to level up your guild. You've got your player house to customize, you've got cooking, you've got fishing, and there's also a little bit of a garrison influence follower system where you assign followers to go and complete tasks. Now I think one final note to end on is this game isn't an MMO that focuses on PvP. It's just an MMO that doesn't neglect it as an afterthought like so many other MMOs do. When done proper, MMO PvP is some of the greatest competitive multiplayer content you can possibly experience, and that doesn't necessarily mean that an MMO that provides a lot of good PvP content is crap for PvE players. Definitely not the case with Throne and Liberty, so you can rest your mind on that one. But that being said, I think most players would benefit from having a little bit of an open mind to try out the PvP content because it's going to be a lot of fun. But anyway guys, until my next video, ciao.
Okay. So he is just new to the game, nah? So he couldn't give too many insights. You see chapter 5 and all of that. But he broke down the solid basics of the game really well. Just no in-depth information that, well, would give like more value than just jumping in the free-to-play game that you can just check out yourself and go to chapter 5 in a couple hours. It's probably more valid. Okay. I don't know, do you guys have any video or topic that you would like to see about it? Or maybe you want my insight on it? That we have not talking about it today yet? Okay, what do you think about that one? Top 3 new best builds. How long ago did servers go down? About an hour. But I think actually,
What is going on?
I will have to leave you alone, guys, for about 10 minutes, because Lumi wants to go for a walk. So let's just finish the question here, and then we're gonna do a 10-minute quick break. Is it worth the time leveling alts for tier 1 dungeon for selling drops for Lucent? If you're a free-to-play player, I would 100% do that. Like if I would be free-to-play, then yeah, I would do it 100%. Because the Lucent is shared account-wide. At the early game, at the early stages of the server, you can earn lots of Lucent. And if I would be free to play, I would like 1 month, I would only be farming and selling everything that I have. Like I get my gear to a playable blue state. I would not upgrade to purple, just sell everything that I get. And by the end of that month, you will have so much Lucent. The prices will drop so much that you can just max out with all the stuff that is available on the auction house. And if you're then also in a guild that has control over some world bosses, arch bosses, and so on, then obviously your chance of getting a weapon will be much higher. Yeah, and now let me go to the bathroom with Lumi. I will be right back. Yo, I'm back.
Guys, in today's video I will show you the top 3 best builds in Throne and Liberty.
Okay.
So at the start,
So I've not watched any videos from this guy before, but he says he knows the best 3 builds in Throne and Liberty, and he wants to showcase them. So let's give this guy a try.
I will give you a quick overview of each build. Then I will explain what skills and upgrades should you focus on. Then as well I will show you what is the best gear and how to get it. And then finally we will go over the weapon masteries,
Yo, welcome
your
to the
skill
stream, King.
rotations, and even what guardian should you use. So we would be able to get the highest damage possible and much more. So let's move over to the first build, which is the Crossbow and the Daggers. This setup right now offers the highest single target damage in the game. The reason behind this is that we will be able to constantly reach 20 stacks of Thunderclouds, which will enable us to use our Thunderclouds bombing skill for every 3 to 4 seconds for massive amounts of damage. So let's take a look at our setup. And first of all we have our skills. So for the defensive skill we use the Black Blade, while for active skills we get the Inject Venom, Mother Nature Protest, Selfless Diffusion, Mortal Mark, Nimble Leap, Quick Fire, Mana Exchange, Knife Throwing, Fatal Stigma, Cleaving Moonlight, Brutal Incision, and Weak Point Shot. As you can see from the gameplay, I don't have all of these same skill icons on my bar. This is because the icons will change depending on our specialization set.
So, weak point shot, you're only taking in a dungeon as a crossbow dagger, not if you're doing AoE farm. And what it looks like, I think he's showing AoE farm build here, or whatever. Also, the Thundercloud compared to the poison in PvE, I don't know.
Setup. So, Inject Venom will turn into the Lightning Infusion, and Brutal Incision will turn into the Thunderclouds Bombing. And then for passive skills, we get the Bloodlust, Nature's Power, Ambidexterity, Piercing Strike, Assassin's Instincts, Wrathful Edge, Destructive Fang, and Murderous Energy. Next we have the skill specialization, and for Inject Venom we get the Lightning Infusion and cooldown reduction.
Back there.
Wrathful Edge, Destructive Fang, and
Okay, so he's playing Thunderclouds and Murderous Energy. Does not fit. Does not fit. Either you play Poison, yeah, or you play Poison and Murderous Energy if you want to. You don't have to. Or you do it the other way around. You play Thunderclouds, and then you're getting some evasion going. He's not having any of the evasion passives, you know what I mean? Like, he's gonna be extremely squishy with that build. Like, no Shadow Walker. No Shadow Walker. Like, okay. Because even in PvE you have to tank something.
Next we have the skill specialization, and for Inject Venom we get the Lightning Infusion and cooldown reduction. Then for Selfless Diffusion don't get anything. Then for Nimble Leap select the consecutive use and cooldown reset. Then for Mana Exchange get the skill effect enhanced.
This one here is a lazy one. I have used that myself at the start to get like back into the game after the break from Korea, and then I removed it because all this does is like making you press that button not as often. You know what I mean? That's the only reason why you do it. So just press the button more often and get those points away into something else.
Then for Fatal Stigma get the damage increase. Then for Brutal Incision select the Thunderclouds Bombing. Then for Mother Nature's Protest get the Lightning Arrow. Then for Mortal Mark don't get anything. Then for Quick Fire select the minimum chain fire, damage increased and cooldown. Then for Knife Throwing get the additional hit. Then for Cleaving Moonlight select the consecutive use, effect accumulation and attack speed. And finally for Weak Point Shot don't select anything. Next we have the weapon mastery, and this is how it should look like for the crossbow. So first of all, get the middle, and then the entire bottom row. And then again, this is how it should look like for the daggers. So pretty much the same thing, just get the middle and then
For the dagger, even though in PvE, I would recommend you to go Master of Evasion. Because whenever you're using dagger skills, you are close, no? You're not having lots of melee evasion usually in the build. So having that compared to that damage here, like I prefer this one when it's not your main weapon. If you want to run it as your main weapon, then definitely go this one here.
the bottom row. Next, let's take a look at our gear, and all of this you can easily farm yourself. If you are looking for a farming build that uses green gear, then check out my leveling guides that are already up on the channel. So we are using the Steel Flurry crossbow with traits like the hit chance, heavy attack chance and critical hit. This should be self-explanatory that are already up on the channel. So we are
Okay. So for PvE, this is a so for PvE, this one is really solid. For PvP, this one is not solid. You will not have enough hit rate. For PvE, for PvP, you will need the Steel Fury and the Elite Resistance because it has like 100-ish hit rate.
with traits like the hit chance, heavy attack chance and critical hit. This should be self-explanatory, but all gear should be at its max level, so 6 for green and 9 for blue and purple.
Here, for example, you will have enough critical hit anyways. That one is the wrong trait. If you're doing instead of critical hit chance cooldown speed reduction here, you will have more DPS. That one is not good.
And you can get this items crafting recipe from conquest rewards such as the Spectral Abyss or the Cave of Desperation. Next we have the Daggers of Resistance with hit chance, heavy attack chance and critical hit chance. You can get it from the Precious Blessing pouch or by defeating the Evil Eye, Adentus, Chernobog or the Armadillo. Next we have the Feather Jackskin Mask with ranged evasion, magic evasion and max health. You can get it from the Roaring Temple or the Cursed Wasteland. Next we have the Deadeye Cloak with skill damage resistance, debuff duration and mana regen. You can get it from the Precious Blessing pouch or by defeating the Galu Archers and the Dark Assassin.
So maybe because he did not explain well what priority you should do here. So if you are PvE, nah, he says this is for PvE. Debuff duration is more or less useless. Because debuff duration is not increasing the time of the debuffs, like the poison and shit like this. Debuff duration is reducing the amount of time you spend in CC. And that's really OP for PvP, but completely useless for PvE, because if you get stunned or CC'd in a PvE situation, then you just did a mistake. So from the upgrade order, mana regen is the trait that you want to go for first here, actually. And then skill damage resistance, and that only on a PvE setup. Never do it on a blue item. Don't waste the time.
Blessing pouch or by defeating the Galu Archers and the Dark Assassin. Next we have the Soul Mirror Carapace with ranged evasion, magic evasion and buff duration. You can only get it.
Oh, Azai, do you know this YouTuber? I don't know him. I've never watched a video. Like, this is literally the second video I'm reacting to in my whole life. Just doing it because like servers are down and I don't know what else to do. And all like the really cool top streamers are doing their react videos, nah? Asmongold is farming a fortune with it. So I guess we are here now at reacting to videos, I guess.
From the Cave of Destruction. Next we have the Nature's End gloves with added attack speed, max health and melee evasion. You can get it from the Cave of Desperation or from the Temple of the Slaughter. Gloves with added duration. You can
So here, that suit doesn't make sense in the early game build, because you will not go for a blue suit, because you will get a purple suit from the main story quest line, and you can just take that as a replacement. You get enough materials to even push that instantly to +9. It's fairly easy, and then later you can just transfer the experience from that +9 to the suit that you actually want. And the only thing you don't do is like trade that suit out, because the clean non-traded purple suit will be better than that version right here.
only get it from the Cave of Destruction. Next we have the Nature's End gloves with added attack speed, max health and melee evasion. You can get it from the Cave of Desperation or from the Temple of the Slaughter. Next we have the Feathered Dragskin breeches with magic evasion, mana regen and ranged evasion.
Okay, those pants are also not working. The pants that you want are trousers of resistance. They give you melee evasion and a whole lot of health. This is what you want to go for. And also, those pants are bad because you cannot roll health as a trait on it. So you're going to lose out on that as well. But that's not where we're going. Yo, Razi's asking, yo, I've never played Throne of Liberty before. I like to play carry roles and MMOs. In this game, what role is a carry, do you think, in Final 14.4? Heal and tank was most important, for example. So, if you are a healer or a tanker, then you will have zero issues with finding teams in dungeons and stuff. Like every time when I'm in the matchmaking queue, we are only waiting for healer and for tank, and it sometimes takes forever. So if you never want to wait in the queue, then go tank and healer. If you want to play the highest DPS for PvE, then it's something like Crossbow Dagger, Bow Staff. If you like more an assassin, then it's something like Greatsword Dagger. Yeah. If you like a combination, maybe Staff Dagger, also nice. Does anyone know what the max attack range achievable through stats and gear is? Is there a cap in attack range? I can't seem to find this info anywhere. Oh, well, looks like someone did not watch my 100 tips of Throne of Liberty video, because actually I put it in the video and it's 40 meters and it's a hidden cap. The cap is not written anywhere, so yeah. I'm a healer, and yesterday me and my boyfriend was warning so fucking long for tank. Yeah, like I've been queuing, what time was it when the servers went down? Like 10 something. So I was queuing 4 hours for a Temple of Slaughter, and I allegedly did not get a single pop-up even. Like sometimes you get a pop-up and it fails. Not a single pop-up. Like, I don't know.
And you can get it from the Cursed Wasteland. Next we have the Glade Stalker boots with ranged evasion, magic evasion and max health. You can get it from the Spectral Abyss or the Cave of Destruction, or as well by defeating the mutant test subject, the sluggish zombie or the ghoul. Next we have the Ecliptic.
You need... Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I missed a couple, nah? Sorry. And one more by King Bob, thank you. Do I need to get my traits on my purple traits first before I level it, or can I just level it as soon as I got the correct base? If you have the correct base, and you also have the trait, like every time you're dropping a purple item, it will have one trait on it. If that trait is already one of those that you want, then you can go upgrading with no issues. If it's not what you want, then you need trait conversion stones and try to roll it into one of those that you want. And if you hit it, you can go upgrade it. And you also have to make sure that, like, for example, let's take a look at that cloak right here. If that cloak right here would be fully traded as a blue item, it would be better than a purple item that would be like +6 with only one trait. So also make sure that your purple item is upgraded to a value where it's actually increasing your power spike and it's not only like looking better because you have a purple now.
Pendant with skill damage boost, buff duration and mana regen. You can only get it from the Butcher's Canyon Conquest. Next we have the Bracers of the Primal King, with max health, skill damage resistance and debuff duration.
I would really like to drop this. This will give our build such an insane power spike, because the bonus damage that you're seeing here, the 13, you get that in each hit. So let's say quickfire, yeah? You have 4 regular hits, then you also have an offhand attacking chance. So let's say it's 6 hits per skill cast. You can reset that twice, yeah? With the Nimble Leap, so that's a total of 18 hits. So just having this bonus damage here will make you deal 200 extra damage. And that doesn't even factor in heavy attack chance, skill damage boost and all of that. So this bonus damage on Xbow Dagger, it's crazy, crazy good.
You can get it from the Licorious Equipment Chest or from the Cave of Destruction. Next we have the Violent Signet with max health, skill.
So maybe when we're here at that ring, this ring is something, if you do not know where to spend your Lucent in, as a DPS, this ring is for many builds something that you will wear best in slot for a really long time and only then start replacing it sometimes with the 3 Allstat ring that can only be dropped at arch bosses. It's really rare. So this ring you will wear a lot, and the skill damage boost is a direct multiplier. So if you don't know what to do with your Lucent, invest into getting that ring max traded. You will not lose like the value for a long time of that one.
Damage boost and buff duration. You can get it from the Cursed Wasteland Conquest. Next we have the Ring of Robustness with mana regen and skill damage boost. You can get it from the Uncommon Accessory Chest or by defeating the Evil Eye. And finally we have the Belt of Meditation with max health and skill damage resistance. You can get it from the Uncommon Chests or by defeating the Spectral Wizard or the Orc Shadowmancer. Next up we have the stats, and depending on your gear you should adjust them accordingly.
Okay, so this build right here, it will not work with that stat distribution. You will not have enough mana to be constantly casting your skills, so your DPS will be too low. You see right here, he put 9 points into strength and points here into dex. No? It's probably going to end up something like 30, 30, 30 and getting wisdom to 30, and then it would be playable.
So at level 50...
Blitz is asking if I want to farm one of these rings, do I talk about weeks or months with 3 hours a day? Okay, so that depends what strategy you're doing for a farm. So you could, like, let's say your strategy is to earn the most amount of Lucent. You will check out which dungeon drops out of the 6 currently sell for the highest Lucent. Then you just run that dungeon and get the Lucent and buy the trades that you want. So let's make an example for 1.5 days ago. The trades for Rex Shimmer's Crossbow were at like 2,600 Lucent each, while a trade for a bow was like at like 500. So even though you might need the bow, it's sometimes better to actually go for the other items, sell it for Lucent, and then you can buy like sometimes double, triple, sometimes even 3 or 4 times of the item that you actually want. So make sure when you're choosing which dungeons to do, how to farm, that you're always choosing what is like the highest Lucent value. And if you're doing that with that strategy, I would say that we are talking about weeks and not months. What is best healer from your point? People say SNS Wand is so good, but I don't know what else we can be. Okay, so SNS Wand is not a healer, it's a tank. It's similar to like a paladin. It basically excels at standing in the front line, soaking up insane amounts of damage in PvP, having a couple pocket healers that make that possible. And then the crazy thing about it, it has with Wand one of the best AoE CC setups. So that tank is standing there, and if he is playing well and he knows how to do his sleep bombs, then he can do sleep bomb setups for his whole team to follow up on. Like really, really strong. In PvE, I would say it's not good, but for PvP, really strong. But if you want to be a healer, the best healer is bow and wand. It's by far S tier. And also really nice CC for your team with the tornado, which is like giving the healer also the potential to peel a bit for his DPS dealers, or make up or actually set up plays for the whole team. Yeah, I would say we do not continue watching this video. Oh wait, he's doing the rotations or what? Guardian? Oh, okay. Wait, we're gonna watch the rotation, okay, and then we're gonna call it a day.
Is to use the lightning infusion, then Mother Nature's protest, then Fatal Stigma, then Mortal Mark, then Cleaving Moonlight, then Quick Fire, then Selfless Diffusion, then Thundercloud's Bombing, then Cleaving Moonlight again, and then the Thundercloud's Bombing again, and then from
Okay. So Fatal Stigma, you always use so if you want to use Fatal Stigma in PvE, yeah, it has one skill specialization that is making it go to 0 cooldown when you kill the monster with it online, yeah, with the damage, the accumulating damage it does. So this one, if you pop it as number 1, as the first spell, and you have so many skills following your rotation, yeah, in PvE, then you will never get that as a reset. You know what I mean? Like it will not, the skill specialization will not work. This one should not even be in the rotation because this is a passive that you have up running the whole time. So that should be like somewhere around here, like just make sure that it's always in there. And also he only has one quickfire in there and no nimble leap. Nimble leap quickfire is where your DPS is coming from. This is what you're doing. And selfless infusion needs to be popped before quickfire is used, because this is increasing the offhand attack chance on a skill that hits 4 times. You know what I mean? So you have one guaranteed offhand, like 100%. So this rotation is completely false. Do not play like this. And I guess I'm done with the video. That was a bad thing into Crossbow Dagger. Holy shit. Holy shit. And it also looked like he just stole the footage from other people, because he always put like the names of the screenshots or like the videos where he had, you always made them unknown or covered the chat. So I don't think it was even his own character. Yeah. I don't like it. Like if you take screenshot footage from other people, at least give them some credit, you know? Or just like do your own, because if you don't have your own footage, then you probably also don't have the knowledge. Yes, SNS Greatsword is the best tank for PvE, and the reason for that is there's a skill that's called Blood Devotion, and it gives the whole party more damage, and the Greatsword in itself has damage. So if you're going SNS Wand, and the SNS Wand player is so strong, yeah, that you do not need a healer in the party, then SNS Wand can also be viable because you can take 5 DPS. But the majority of players will never reach a high enough skilled and geared SNS wand to actually be able to pull that off. And the whole time of getting there to that point, you will not be like the most well-wanted healer for your dungeon. Later, if I want, can I change from SNS Greatsword to Greatsword Dagger if I do not like tank? Yes, you can completely do this. You will get, I think, 24 skill transfer books that will allow you to transfer the skill from those SNS skills that you have upgraded into the dagger one. But you you will be behind, you know? Like every time when you have to switch something, maybe you have different gear, maybe your weapon masteries are an issue and all of that. Like you will be behind if you switch, but if you only switch one weapon and you transfer the stuff, you can cover it with all the free materials that you're getting while leveling up. So at least you do not have to spend real life money to do the transfer. Because after you wasted your free scroll of skill transfer books, then they will be a cash shop item, and every time you want to switch, it's going to cost you money. So my recommendation is actually not switching. Like I would go and do it like this. You pick a combination, you do that combination based on what you like in videos. On my channel, for example, you have for all weapons, all skills and skill specializations as showcases to see what skills you find cool, what effects you want to play around, and get an idea of what every class or weapon is capable of. Based on that, you decide, you pick two, and you level those all the way. And then instead of switching, you will exchange one of those weapons for another weapon, and that will be your combo, and then you level up your third weapon. This way, you do have two classes, you only need to level up 3 weapons, and you do not lose the progress of all of that, all of the first weapons that you have. Yes, you can in theory have all 7 weapons ready. The only thing that I would say makes that impossible is actually the storage space. So let's say I would be running, I don't know, 6, 7 different builds on my character. I would have the funds and the time to do this. I would not have the storage to store all of those items that I need to be switching. So they would actually need to have like a tabs in the storage, like at Diablo, where you can then have like 150 row storage for Xbow Dagger, one for tank, and all of that. So I would say the storage is limiting actually the amount of classes you play. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for the subscription, Wap2 and Briansburg. Okay. I don't know. Like, I'm feeling a bit weird and negative reacting to those videos because there were so many mistakes, and I do not want to watch videos and like point out mistakes and like, I don't know, like make the other people feel bad about their video or whatever. So if you have anything to do or any questions, just let me know. I will try to open a puzzle game or something like this so we can get something played that is like praying AFK. Is staff one viable healer for both PvP and PvE? Yes. So let's say you want to set up a guild with 70 members, yeah? And a good ratio is 20 tanks, 20 healers, 30 DPS. In my opinion. Then you take half of the tanks as S&S Wand, half of the other tanks as S&S Greatsword. Then you have enough Greatswords to have Blood Devotion on almost everyone in the party, besides the Assassin party, which we're going to talk on later. Then you want to have the healers, where you have 10 of them with Bow Wand, and then 10 of them with Staff Wand. Because no one needs 20 tornadoes in a lineup, you know what I mean? 10 is more than enough, no? You will also have some Staff Bow DPS, so you should be fine. And the Staff Wand can then heal and also do AoE damage. And AoE damage is king in, what's it called? AoE damage is king in mass PvP. If you are in small scale PvP and you're doing Staff Wand, you will probably get fucked. Like in small scale, if you're, no, I don't think that's not good for the average player. Like I would say, one dagger is like for the average player, a decent healer for what's it called, for small scale PvP, because you have the stealth that will help you to set up the CC. You have more time for your combos. You will have the ability to play for an evasion build. You don't have to do endurance. So if you're doing evasion, you sometimes have more time to heal also, not only yourself if you're getting engaged, also so your mates. So yeah. My username? Niggy is my username. Because my name is Nicholas, and that's my nickname that I have my whole life. But actually the game is finished now, and I don't have any other. It looks racist? Oh, yeah, yeah. If you don't know the origin, I would say it could be like somewhat racist, but even though it's not the N-word, you know what I mean? So it's just my personal nickname. I don't know how that could be like racist. What are your thoughts about crossbow, longbow in PvE and PvP small scale? Crossbow, longbow, in PvE, I think it's the fastest leveler to 50. So I guess it's going to be popular for speedrunners. It has decent damage in PvE, but it's not top tier. And in PvP, small scale, I would say it's absolute dog shit. Like if you play crossbow longbow against my crossbow dagger, or actually almost any other class that is S tier or meta, they will shit on you. You have no mobility. Like you have a knock, no? So you do it. You shoot your Sapphire's knock, yeah. And then what are the others doing? They're pressing their CC removal stone. You're just standing there like no shit what to do. You can maybe nimble leap to one side, but that doesn't help you. They will jump you, burst you down, and you're done. Like that will not work. Which classes are S tier? You got a video of it. Um, 1 second. I have to check the content plan. Ah, yeah. My personal tier list of what are the S tier comps. Like I don't do tier lists with all the comps, because if something is not S tier, I would personally not consider it. Or I personally sometimes like to choose A tier builds, and then because A tier builds are less likely to get nerfed and stay away from S tier, but S or A and anything lower I would say is not suitable. So my tier list always only focus on the S tier builds that most people want to do. And yeah, it's going to come up on the 1st of October at 2 o'clock. So like a couple hours before the launch. So some people that are free to play and didn't buy the early access and they didn't know, could maybe not decide on the class, maybe that helps them out. But we can go, let me see if I find that version. Uh, we can go over the script quickly. So if you're talking about S tier tanks, you have SNS Greatsword with AoE, really solid. Then next up, you're having SNS Wand. This is solid tank, extremely good in large scale PvP. Then for healers, we're having Staff Wand with AoE damage in here. Then the healer that I think is like the best in slot healer is Bow Wand. Really solid choice. If you want to do like small scale PvP on a healer, you're not as experienced, you do not want, maybe you're not as good as positioning or whatever, then you can also go for Wand Dagger. For DPS, I would say Crossbow Dagger is still the best, even after the nerf's highest PvE DPS. If you have high PvE DPS and the skills only have a small scaling on some of them zwischen PvE and PvP, so that means you're also dealing that single target DPS in PvP, which also automatically makes you good at small scale PvP. And for large scale PvP, yeah, you will have some trouble, but we're going to figure out how to get value to our guild. If you want to play an assassin, it's Great Sword Dagger. Has stealth, stun, CC, biggest counter to my Xbow Dagger. Yeah. If you like to shoot like a machine gun, and I'm not talking about quickfire, if you're going staff bow, you're having a bit of cooldown reduction stacked and all of that, no? It will look like you will go nuts. The amount of shit you can dash out with that is crazy good. And if you like it, that you have a build that is good in almost all modes, but not giga good. Like let's say, instead of picking a build that is S tier at one, but maybe C tier at something else, you can pick a build that is A tier at everything, then it would be Staff Dagger. That build is in no mode, I would say it's really good, but in every mode it's really solid. Yeah, that's like the quick rundown of all the S tier comms at the moment, I would say, in the current meta. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have any more questions? Because I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, I took vacation for that. Best three of my videos to start from Liberty. I would say, even though it's a boring topic, settings is what everyone should be doing in this game the minute you log in. The default settings of that game are so bad.
Language not supported.
Like, even your gameplay experience is not nice because it's so weird. So try to do settings first and then start enjoying the game. You will have overall a much better time. Yeah. Then 100 tips, it just has the most information. And then I would probably think the video that I haven't released yet, but the either the max trades in a month or how to farm the most Lucent as a free-to-play player. They just posted a news on Steam about a hotfix. Okay, let's check that out. There will be an update with downtime, blah, that will last approximately 6 hours. In this update, we are going to be addressing the following: reducing the time between character deletion and the ability to create a new character. Yes, this is definitely something we want 6 hour downtime for in early access. GG. That's so bad. Why would you even include that there? Just that's so stupid. Like, even if you want to do it, just leave it out. Like, we are also making some changes to help address the server stability issues that have been experienced. Yeah, let's hope it's better afterwards. Cause on day one, it felt so promising. Like, that was the smoothest launch ever. Nothing was going bad. It was so amazing. Like, really good. And then it started to go downhill from the time where they tried to get like a update, and now it went down the hit train when they did this increase the amount of the server cap on it. So yeah. Should I ditch my +9 non-trailed Xbow for Rex Xbow? Do you have enough? Wait, what trait does the Rex crossbow have? Is it one of the traits that you want? Like, hit is fine, critical is fine, attack speed, heavy attack, one of those four it should have. And if it does, then you're good to upgrade. Yeah. Have fun, Razi. Thanks for the questions, making the stream more interesting. I'm level 50 bow staff. You mentioned earlier it would be better to not start a new character and instead upgrade a third weapon if I, let's say, want to make a healer build. What is the best way to farm the green and blue upgraded books for that third weapon and third weapon skills? Okay. Um, you have picked a weapon combination that already has a determined third weapon. Because if you're playing bow staff, you will be absolute dog shit at small scale PvP. So most bow staff player have as a third weapon a dagger. So they can switch to staff dagger in small scale PvP. So that would be like somewhat your third weapon choice. But to also answer how to then get the green and blue upgrade books, because you obviously will not have the green and blue upgrade books that you're getting from the quest rewards and all of that, you will do this via crafting. So you will get farm parchments and you will farm Marint, and then you will just craft those books. Also, there's lots of events usually for the end game where you will get purple books. Those you can then dissolve down to like green or blue books to get those skills up. It's fairly easy. Yeah. What else is there to say about the skills? Ah yeah, also there's a mode, it's called Gate of Infinity, that you're doing every couple days. It has a ranking, and it's about dealing lots of DPS to one boss the fastest, and it does have a ranking. And the higher you go in this ranking, the faster you complete it, the more rewards you're getting, and the rewards are usually like purple skill books, purple upgrades, stuff like this. Is it worth to do second char? Yes, it's 100% worth to do a second character if you're a free-to-play player, because you can get all of your dailies twice. No? And the Lucent is shared between both accounts. So as free to play, yes. If you have a credit card, then it's a waste of time. That gate is hard lore, couldn't finish it even on my 2K gear score great sword dagger. Yeah, I didn't even attempt it, cause the gate. Tomorrow evening, I think the gate will close on the 2nd of October, if I'm not mistaken, the first one. So I will wait to like maybe 1 hour, 2 hour before it closes, and then I will try to push it. Because then I have the max gear, I use the least amount of food, resources and stuff, and I also have some pressure because it's about to end. And yeah, then we will see how it goes. I think it's also going to be a nice piece of content for stream and also maybe for a YouTube video, because I don't think like the majority of the player base will be able to defeat that one in a reasonable time for the best rewards. And maybe people are interested in learning how to do the mechanics, and those Gate of Infinities, they are also recycling. So maybe I'm also doing a guide on all the mechanics for all the Gate of Infinity bosses, because they are sometimes a bit different than the Tail Tower ones. So Dungeon Abyss tokens are charbound. Yes, Dungeon and Abyss contract tokens and stuff, all of this is charbound, but Lucent is account-wide. And also, it used to be that cosmetics and stuff like this was char-bound, but they have changed it in a recent update that it is now account-bound. Does the speedrun only affect me or a group to get increased loots? Can you explain again what you mean with the speedrun? Ah, the gate. Yeah, no, the gate is solo. Yeah. So you're all on your own, but the gate is I would say somewhat fair, because the ranking for it is based on weapon combinations. So as the healer, you will not go up versus a crossbow dagger, for example. Also, maybe one trick. If you are in the top 10 of the leaderboard, you will get rewards for each weapon combination. So let's say you're a crossbow dagger, you're in the top 10, you get reward. Maybe I am a crossbow dagger, but I cannot get in the crossbow dagger rankings. Then I maybe go dagger crossbow, or I go crossbow crossbow, or I switch it out. Like there's different combinations within your combination, and if you cannot go into your main regular one into the rankings, maybe try with one of the combinations that has less competition to make sure that you're getting those extra rewards. How many characters can I have? Max is 2? Yes, actually, it got reduced. Like in Korea, you could have 3, and now here you can have 2. And my best guess of why that actually happened would be the reason that they do not want to make people feel like they have to do many alts. You know what I mean? But still give them like somewhat an option. If you would have 4 character slots, for example, I guarantee you some people that are going crazy, they will do 4 characters and farm the dailies on all 4. And then other people will feel again like, oh no, now I'm behind just because of some people are doing that. Obviously, most people always react like this. No, I cannot have that, what the other guy has, and then they are mad. So that's why I think they reduced it to 2. To not remove the ability for people to have like at least 2 characters, but still like maybe reduce the odd amount. Thank you very much for the follow, Vavero. They do not want to be Lost Ark. Yeah. Like I personally, I actually do not like the fact that you can do alts in itself. My approach, if I would have anything to say, would be you can only have 1 character and that's it. Because you are having 7 weapons, you can change it out. But I would change the game so the storage unit would have 1 extra storage with 150 spaces for each weapon type in your storage. So you have enough storage to play all the builds. And I would also not make it so you have to level up the mastery of every weapon. Like I would give an EXP like bulk where you level up your mastery and then you can change out the weapons for all of that. And yeah, then I think the switching between weapons and different types is made easy enough and possible enough that you do not need to have 2 character slots on your account. Yo, welcome to the stream, Kark. Thanks for the follow. I'm gonna grab a water. If you have any questions, just type them in the chat. I'm gonna answer them when I come back. Okay. So we did have that community notes in Steam, but that was all the info we got, nah? Like I've been stalking the server status and stuff on the official the Discord, but yeah, I don't know. Because I made 2 oh now Imadir. Now I get why they put that in the patch notes. Oh, I understand. So basically, okay, I know what happened. There's a character deletion time, yeah. If you want to delete a character, I think it's like 3 days or something like this. And people have done 2 characters that might start to farm stuff on early access, like Lucent, and they want to take that Lucent to the free-to-play servers to have an advantage, for example. And then the people cannot do that because they would have to delete one. And I think this is why they have put that in place. But actually, the reason why it's even there in the first place is that may sound weird, but in Korea, it's actually common for people to revenge other people by deleting their game accounts. Like it's a common occurrence there. I think it even made the news multiple times. Uh, Uh, I cannot find it at the moment. But there's a crazy shit going on that they like try to get logins, delete each other's characters, and all of that. Like, I don't know, like it's crazy toxic. Hey, can I ask where I can see how to skill my skills in your guides? Yeah, sure, I can show you. So you're going in the build, make sure that you're in the global version. Yeah, not the NC Soft one, global version. I just updated it. And then here in the description, you will have the written part on where to get the access to all the items. In the skills section, you can check out if you want to do PvP or PvE. And then you can go and click to open skill builder. And here you will see all the skills. Here you will see the masteries. Here you will see the skill specializations. And right, and here in the description, you will also see the rotation of skills that you should be doing. Yep. Oh, nice. We got 2 ratings. So maybe, like, if you're following my guide and you're satisfied with it, you like the, how to say it, you like the thing, it would help me out tremendously if you are upvoting the guide. So Crossbow Dagger. Okay, we are on spot number 1. Uh, okay, and I see already that lots of people are cloning my build. Here, someone clones my build. Okay. I'm not sure if only upvotes are counting for the build, or also if one build gets like cloned a lot, does it mean like it's valuable? Because many people want to clone it to follow themselves. Maybe do like an, you know what I mean, like an adaptation or something like this. Uh, yeah, thanks for the upvotes, Shooter, Alex. Yeah. Hey boss, the spin to win is for PvP, right? I just called it that way. You're using the spin to win also in PvE to AoE farm. So for example, let's say uh, you are a you are at a dynamic event where you need to farm as many mobs as possible. Your spin to win cooldown is about 1 minute. So you will farm in large group, you will AoE that, and then while the cooldown is on, you will then do your 1v1 shenanigans with quickfire, bursting, with cleaving moonlight into thunderstrike, like all of that stuff. So you are mixed between a 1v1 and 1 AoE, and then you do 1v1 again. So you basically have the best of both worlds, I would say. Um, Yeah. A friend told me that it takes 6 hours to delete a character. I don't know, maybe after the update. I think in Korea it took 3 days, if I'm not mistaken. Because I did wanted to delete one to do the I don't even know if I can drop that. But to promote the stream, I actually wanted to do something with like adult stars movies and the AI character creation, you know what I mean? Like some um like sex sells promotion for it, but I couldn't do it what I wanted because I couldn't get the character creator to work the way I wanted in time to do it. So I'm probably gonna take up that video for something else. That's gonna be funny. I noticed there's a melee skill that does a lot of damage when we go on their backs. Uh, huh. You know what skill you mean? Not 100% sure. Like, it sounds like you mean backstab, but backstab does not exist. So hard to get blue lithograph scrolls? You do not craft blue items from blue lithographs. You just drop them the way they are. That's why I included the drop um, in the description part. I included the drops right here of the items, so you know where to farm them. It's the one with the cloud thunder symbol. Cloud thunder symbol. Uh, yeah, did I really miss a backstab ability? Because I would say that I know all the abilities. Like, it would be pretty embarrassing. Yeah, but that has nothing to do. Thunderclouds has nothing to do with like backstabbing. It is not location related. So, but the combination that you will often see, yeah, is you will um, you will go and use inject venom, yeah, to have your passive sieve up of thundercloud stacks. If you are choosing cleaving moonlight, you can also give the apply thunderlords. That means you will get that buff up. You can then teleport onto someone with shadow strike, double press cleaving moonlight, and you will have it almost at 20 stacks. And then you can instantly burst with brutal precision into the thunderclouds, no matter your position. And the person gets bind from that, so it's really easy to execute if you're hitting the bind. So it's just pressing that button, charging, double cleaving moonlight, and then brutal incision. It's a 4 skill combo, and it has lots of potential. You can even increase that combo if you, for example, go for mortal mark and you're using the detonation mark. So then you will go buff up, yeah, jump on the enemy, detonation mark, don all your burst, the damage accumulators, and then the detonation mark pops it on top. That will give you even higher burst potential. So welcome to the stream, Varzor and Alex. So this is webs. Oh, cloned. Come on, Valves already got 8 votes. We have less votes than Valves. I think, like, from all the people that I saw playing Staff Bow, I think he's the best. He has really nice positioning. He has some APM, like, looks really good. Not sure why he does not include a purple suit here. Maybe all of the suits are bad for Staff Bow. And holy shit, like, how many Staff Bow builds does he have? What the heck? Melee evasion max range, so he is building against his biggest counter. Yeah, Talos is really good in PvP. I would even go so far that Talos might be even more viable at an Archboss. Yeah, maybe that's a class where you don't need the Archboss so hard. Verbs is a nice PvP in any game. Yeah, I don't know him from any other game. Like, Throne and Liberty was the first time that I saw his stream, and then I also saw that he does some YouTube videos, and I would say I like his content. Like, it's always really accurate, and he's good at what he's doing. It's not like someone that pumps out content without even having played the game. Like, it's nice. Is there a player's build guide you would recommend for bow dagger build? I was thinking the one by Joey. I don't know. I know who Joey is. Like, he's that guy who had that selling builds scandal, I think. But my girlfriend, she will be playing what's it called? She will be playing Bow Dagger, and I recommended her to go Kanon's Guide. Yeah. So I don't know what's better, honestly. I cannot say. I'm not a Bow Dagger player. She will she will for sure use this guide once it's free to play the game, because she did not want to buy the early access. And I think Kanon has like also a huge knowledge about the game. Like, he's played PvP with Bow Dagger a lot, and successful. So I don't think you can do too much wrong following his guide. Like, I would say, I would guess, I cannot judge it yet, but I would guess it's a high chance to being solid. Yeah. Yo, thank you very much for the subscription, Spyros, and the follow by Zen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we should do. I would really like to have my Xbow Dagger guide here, but that didn't happen. That. Okay, so, well, what can we do? Like, I don't know. I'm so lost. Like, I need the servers to be back up to feel useful again. I want to grind something. Come on. Should we check out what other crossbow dagger people are recommending? Okay. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so at first glance, holy shit, like that, did he not know that there's breakpoints for skills? Because that looks like not optimized at all. Thanks for the subscription, Oliver. Okay, so maybe let's act like we want to improve this build, like what he sent in that build. Let's act like this, and we want to improve it, right? So, first thing that you have to do is getting the breakpoints. Yeah. So, for example, you cannot sit at 38 when at 40 you would get the buff duration, which is like essential on Crossbow Dagger, because you have skills that buff yourself a lot, like Selfless Diffusion. The offhand detections that you're getting there is like bonkers. You want to have that up running as long as possible. So buff duration is, for example, king. Then, I don't know if this is like a PvE or a PvP build. Let's just say it's a PvP build. Your damage is coming from dexterity, yeah? So that means you're way too low. You will not have enough critical hit chance. You're seeing here, you're having 659 critical hit chance. This is not enough. Let me show you one thing. A picture, 1 second. Let me find that. Here. This is what you need to understand about critical rate. If it says for each 10 points you're getting 1%, so at 1,000 you would be at 100%. The game does have diminishing returns though, and they are pretty bad, no? It's not like, yeah, you get easy to 90% and then it gets hard to 100. No, at usually 100% you are only at 50%. So that means this one here is basically not 50% critical hit rate. This is like really low critical hit rate. If we're looking at the weapons, you're seeing a big damage difference between 29 and 119. A critical hit means that every time you critical hit, the 119 will be the base of your damage calculation. So if you're a crossbow dagger with low critical hit rate, you will deal almost no damage. It's really, really bad. So this here does not work. You need lots of shit in dexterity, for example. Then here, 40 strength makes no sense. If you want to build strength on the Crossbow Dagger, PvP, it's either 30 to get the extra 750, or it's 50 to also get the heavy attack chance. Those are your two build options on Xbow Dagger. Wisdom, 30 or 40 is fine. If you can get to 40, even better. I would say 30 is somewhat mandatory to be actually having enough mana to PvP. Then perception, you probably want to get as high as possible. Because hit is king. If, for example, let's go to combat simulator. So now, like, if we let those characters fight in like the simulator, we will basically see that he will almost deal 50% less damage to me than I will deal to him, because I'm having twice as much hit rate versus evasion. You see? So that build is dealing 50% less damage, and I'm not sure if it has any of the other stats good as well. Like, just by the evasion stat, no? Not by the optimization, just the evasion is making that possible. And then it will also deal a lot less damage, because it has such a few dexterity amount. We can even see, if we are comparing it, right, let me find that. Also, factors like heavy attack chance play a big role, yeah? This build has 16% heavy attack chance, while my build has 23. That will be a hefty difference in damage, stuff like this. Then when you're looking at the Kovazan Sunflare Crossbow, I would say this is a really solid bow. But I would only use that bow if your goal is to reach 50 strength. If you're using that bow and going for 40, I would say the bow failed. That bow is good to use when you want to go for 50 strength to get those extra 10% heavy attack chance. And for the people that are not familiar with heavy attack chance, because it's not in every game, this is a double of your damage, and it will be at the end of the damage calculation always. Question for you, if you have a video you can send there. But in global, I'm trying to make all my blue gear, but how do you get blue lithographs for crafting? Am I missing something? So there is a couple of places where blue lithographs can drop. So for example, they can drop at, or don't let me lie. Wait, I don't have to lie. We can actually go into the database here. You can also do that yourself, and we're just gonna choose one, yeah? And then it will tell you where it's coming from. So for that lithograph, for example, you will have to get Precious Blessing Pouch. And you can currently get a lot of those by going into the Ornate coin shop and buying them. There you have a monthly limit. This can give you already a couple. And then when you're doing contracts, you always don't want to do contracts the way that you pick only one of the contracts, then you refresh, pick one, refresh, because one of the contracts can also give the precious blessing pouch. This is the best value you can get from your contract, so you want to have as many chances as possible to roll for that pouch. What would you think about a good class for everything? Greatsword Dagger or Staff Dagger? That's easy to answer, Staff Dagger. Staff Dagger is A tier in everything that it does. It's good, solid. I would say, like if I would be a casual and I would only play like 2 hours a day, like chilling in the game, now I want to experience everything a little bit, then I would pick Staff Dagger. Yeah, for sure. Also, what's nice about it, like you do not have to switch your gear so much. Of course, min-maxing, blah blah. But like if you're a regular, you can also do everything with like a somewhat similar gear. Yeah, you can maybe get like 2 different quick slots for better damage optimization. So you have a skill setup for a bit 2 different ones. But like if you're doing it casually and relaxed, you do not have to go over the top with Staff Dagger. There's other builds where that is even important as a casual, because otherwise you will be useless in one mode and you will not enjoy it. Okay, I don't know. Should we pick out another guide and do that again? Or maybe we are doing like, let's do Dagger Crossbow. Does that change anything? No, it doesn't. Okay, this one is also rated. Okay. That's not an endgame build, so we're not going to take it. What is dominating PvP arena 1v1? I would say Crossbow Dagger, Crossbow Dagger. Greatsword Dagger is the king of arena at the moment, but if you're playing SNS Wand and the crossbow, got this one. The Greatsword Dagger cannot burst you, you will most likely win that one. So, but all the other matchups are, if you're playing correctly and you know what you're doing, all the other matchups are favorable. Okay, so what should we check? So we did check this guy's build. Try it. Okay, he didn't do trades. There's not too much to see here. Let's find one more. Messing around PvE test. Slide plays. Oh, that looks better. That looks better. Or okay, yeah, that's actually okay, interesting. This is actually a fairly good build to explain something. Thing that he might have not thought about while doing the build. So you can do this build is pretty equal to what to what I am running. The difference is laying in the pants, no, versus mask. So he is wearing a Reaper mask, while I am wearing Phantom Wolf mask, and he is wearing Phantom Wolf pants, while I am wearing Reaper pants. Well, first to say, both versions are viable. This version is more how to explain that? Let me go into the database. Maybe it's easier to explain it that way. So the reason why I did not include that as the startup, because besides that item and that switch, the builds are identical. And if he would also get the same stats if he would have put the universal bend in instead of the what's it called? Yeah, the new one, Violent Sigint, you know, like the blue ring that's new. And I don't know why, but the whole time I was playing, this fucking boss, nah? It's a guild raid boss, yeah? You have to kill that, you have to have priority in your guild to get it, yeah? Many people want to have that thing. The other one is way easier to get and way more realistic to get, yeah? That's why I chose the other one, but both options are totally viable. And I don't know, in Korea, I didn't get it once. Like the whole time I was playing there, I just couldn't get it. Maybe I'm also already biased from it. And then one other reason why I prefer to have Reaper pants on, that is actually the hit rate. Because Reaper is giving 67 hit chance, and you already have enough magic evasion. Damage reduction is only good against other crossbow daggers and not so much against other classes, so it doesn't have that value. And the perception, you can get to 60 even without wearing those pants, so that's not an issue. Yeah, that's my reasoning. Because he has 780 hit chance, and I have about 880, like around 100 more. Yeah, I don't know. Like at some point, the fucking server should come back online. I really like being competitive too. Looking for high rank. You have some recommendation? I'm gonna do it with a friend playing SNS Greatsword. SNS Greatsword. I don't know. Like my favorite arena combination would be SNS Wand, Greatsword Dagger, and Crossbow Dagger. Maybe this info helps you. You don't happen to have a build for SNS Greatsword? No, I do not, but I can recommend you Trenton. I think he is SNS Dagger, or he used to be in Korea, but he also knows how to play SNS Greatsword. You have a dent on your head because of your headset. I don't think so. No, it's comfy. And I still have, like, that's especially important, no? Still have the wrapper on my mic. Really good. So you're a Korean veteran. I have to ask, is longbow greatsword a thing? Because I like both weapons. I would say not really. If you could also be happy with greatsword Xbow and you do not want to play PvP, like PvE only, that would be viable if you want to play a bit off meta. But it has not a high potential for PvP. So choose it with care in case you still want to do PvP. Just a question, how long will it take to finish daily loop plus guild activities, estimated daily hours requirement for a free-to-play player? The daily loop, I would say once you're max geared, is like 40 minutes, right? At the start of the server, maybe 2 hours. It obviously decreases the higher your damage goes. When you're talking about guild activities, those are on the whole day. So you will have to focus some. There's guild activity every 3 hours at least. In the prime time, there's guild activities every 1 hour. Yeah. And you just have to choose your time frame where you can do the events that you are interested in, that you want to play. Is Greatsword Expo in PvP bad? I personally would say so. I have not seen anyone perform with it. If yeah, like it just lacks mobility. It has high burst, yeah, but I don't know. I don't think it will work. But maybe someone gets it to work, no? Like we also have to be realistic. Yeah, the game was out in Korea for a while, no? But we already had lots of changes. We have lots of balance changes already. We will also get a couple of balance changes, so I'm pretty sure the best stuff is not being figured out already. You know what I mean? Like, we will still see new builds. Maybe some people manage to get a meta breaker going, you know? Like, the game is not all figured out yet. Welches Server beim Start? Well, I'm on early access, like, I'm not choosing a new one. But I would recommend if you choose a server, don't do it by yourself. Like, go into the official Discord, find a guild that you can join, and then just join the server with the guild, with the server that the guild lead is telling you to. And then you will always join the server, and you already have your friend groups or your community with you that can help you leveling together. Because if you're leveling as a 2 to 3 man team, this is the best experience, the best value, because you do not have so many kill quests during leveling, but there's still enough so you can support each other a little bit if you're at the same pace. And yeah, then just follow with the community, because I know some people are trying to down talk the importance of guilds, because many players do not like to be in a guild for whatever reason, but still like to play MMOs, or they don't like to talk to people and still play MMOs, whatever. But the reality is, if you're not in a guild, I would say that game makes no sense. Like, the guild is an essential part of the game. There's so much content behind the guild that you will miss out on. Like, I would just rather play a single player game where you have like great experience. The game is designed to satisfy you rather than trying to find some joy out of a game that is perfectly designed for another target audience. Is it worth making a new character if I want to swap to Longbow Dagger, currently staff Longbow? well, what level are you? How high have you upgraded your skills yet? Do you still have your skill conversion books as the free rewards from leveling up? And yeah, I would say you need to make your decision based off if you have the resources to do the change. If you do have the resources for the change, then I would do the change immediately before you get farther behind and just use up my free resources. If you've not leveled far yet, like in early level, then you can also just make a new character because you will probably not have all the free resources already. Hey, do you have any PvP content out yet with your build? I think I only have one PvP video so far, and this is from open beta. I will have to search for it. Yeah. Yeah. How can you look out for guilds, for example, tomorrow official release? Where are the contracts before you choose the server? So if you're on the official Discord of Throne and Liberty, that one, you can go to recruitment here and you will find lots of different guilds that are recruiting. And then you can check based on the requirements what you like. Stuff is usually divided into casual, semi-hardcore, and hardcore. And yeah, hardcore are probably starting at like 8 hours a day of playtime, or like caching tremendous amounts of Lucent. And yeah, semi is like taking the game serious, but maybe not playing it all day, And then casual is doing whatever the fuck you want. I would just be careful with like if someone says, yo, we are a casual PvP guild, no? PvP is not casual in this game. It's impossible. If you are not having your evasion and your hit rate up, which is key for getting how to say that, which is key to get even some damage out or survive something, your PvP experience will be a one-shot fiesta. You will not have a good experience. So, as a casual PvP, it's not enjoyable unless they are adding any mode that has like equalized gear. But other than that, I would say you will not be having a good time. Yo, welcome back, Shiro. Finally, man. How was your trip? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think Luxembourg is like not that cool of a country, I would say. Like they have some castles, okay. Then the only reason why I ever went there is when I used to work close by, you could always go over the border and then upgrade, not upgrade, um, gas your car for really cheap. It sometimes was like 30-40% cheaper than in Germany. So always yeah, always went there. It was nice. I don't even know if that's still possible nowadays because I live somewhere else now. Is there a cooldown if you leave a guild and try to join another one? Made the mistake of just joining some random guild. Yes, yes, there is, but I don't know how high it is. Because I never left one. And I think also the cooldown of the guild only applies if... Does it apply when you get kicked? I'm not too sure. I don't know. I've never gotten kicked before and I've never left a guild before, so I cannot remember. But there is a cooldown 100%. I just don't know exactly how it works. Drove back 160 only to be met with maintenance. Yeah, funny. Now we are watching the only PvP content that I currently have edited, but I already did collect a bunch of PvP footage from yeah, from modes that we have played so far. Yeah. And someone in stream asked for it, so we're gonna watch it. It was, maybe to explain the situation, that was the highest event, yeah, that was out to that point in the beta. And all the archboss fights that we wanted to do in PvP on, as a guild, they were not happening. You know what I mean? Like not happening, I mean like so many DCs or whatever that you could not play them. The servers would crash, they tried to postpone it and stuff, like, oh no, it was like horrible. So that was the last event before the servers were basically went down that I could play. So we were like, okay, no mercy, let's kill everything that is around there. Hey, I bought the early access pack and made a character. If I make one more, he will also get the rewards. Yes. The early access rewards, they are account-wide. So you can basically get it with two characters with the 2 slots that you have. I know you play Xbow Dagger, but would something like Xbow SNS be viable or SNS Bow? I would say SNS Xbow is not viable. The weapon combinations do not have anything that is like synergizing well into each other. But SNS Bow, I would say that could be somewhat viable. Come on, if you compare it to an SNS Wand is tanky, can heal himself, and has a CC setup, right? And SNS Bow can do the same. Yeah? It has heal, maybe not as strong, but it has heal. It's tanky, yeah, and it has a bow with a CC setup with the tornado. So I would say that SNS Bow, maybe someone finds a good comp and makes that viable, yeah. It's definitely more likely to be viable than an Xbow SNS. Yeah, the servers were god awful. I hope things are a bit better now after being away for 2 days. No, honestly, the reason is more like you left, yeah. Then the servers started to be dog shit, and we had disease all the time, and yeah, and now we are greeted with it. But in the Steam community notes, they at least said that that it's, how to explain that they're gonna try to fix it again. And I think what caused it was the increase of the amount of people that are allowed on one server, because the early access servers, they're all pretty full already, yeah. So when the launch is hitting and people actually want to go from launch server to early access server, there would be almost no space for them to go to. And I think they do want to open the option that launch people can also go to early access to maybe join those big guilds that are in early access. You know what I mean? Like many let's say you're a guild leader. You have an alliance of 4 guilds, each 70, like each 70 people, yeah? Then you have 280 people. I guarantee you, no matter how hardcore you are, no matter what interview you are doing as a guild lead, you will have to deal that not all of those 270 people will show up. There's always people that slack, that quit the game or do whatever without telling you. It always happens. So they can now have the option to give that. So or some launch people can actually fill up the spots also in the early access guilds. And how to say that? If you're, for example, interested in PvP or you're interested in getting an archboss weapon, yeah, then it definitely makes more sense to go to an early access server and join an alliance that is already proven to be strong. You know what I mean? So you have a higher chance of obtaining those weapons. You like do your contribution, do your guild contract, play the team, be there at all the PvE, PvP events, no? And you will get rewarded with a weapon sooner or later. If you're doing that in a random guild, not casual or whatever, the chance of ever obtaining a weapon is really low. In Korea, I would have said that's not too big of an issue, but here on the global version, they have removed the Archboss weapon craft. So all the Archboss weapon craft pieces, yeah, that you could get from fishing, that you could get from Amitoy expeditions, they're all gone. They're removed. And this makes it even more important to be in a good guild, contribute to that guild, just like be a good team, a good member for that guild, and then you have a higher chance to obtaining those weapons. And for some classes, the weapon is essential. For someone just asked in the chat about how is SNS and Dagger for PvP. So I cannot judge like the general playstyle. I think it will always deal like worse than SNS Greatsword because it does not have the damage, but it's still playable. But I want to mention one build that it has, which I think is like really juicy and interesting for a guild to have at least one person that can do that. And that is an SNS Dagger full evasion tank stack build that is only there to provide CC. And 1 second, I will have to open Questlog to explain that. Okay, so it's items, weapons, sword. Here. This sword, it has an effect that if you are using the effect, you will basically create like a little quicksand, and all the people that are being hit by this will be sucked into the middle. There will be hold there. It's like a really crazy group DC. Yeah. The cooldown of that is not too high. And if you're playing SNS Dagger and you're stacking into having like stealth, the duration of your stealth up, and so you can go into stealth, engage into the middle of the enemies, and then you pull this combo, pull all your CC, get all of those grouped, then you have a really good setup for your team. I would even go so far, this is the easiest to pull off engage for a mass PvP that you can do. You have that SNS Dagger guy that goes in and just pops it. Like there's no conditions like sleep bombing or whatever. It's really solid as an engage. And me as a Xbow Dagger, like if I would have someone like this in my guild, I would say that would be insane. Like he just does it, yeah, and then we put all the AoE damage just on top. I can follow with my invis and do my spin to win on top of it. Like I think this is the best engage in the game. Yeah, but we will see. Maybe people will play it, maybe people will not, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's the best engage in the game. All my thinking was that Xbow and SNS would make it a bit more survivable to get the big spin to wins, but never actually played the game yet. Ah, okay. Yeah, that thought is for sure viable, because the reason why you have issues with surviving Xbow Dagger is you're squishy, right? What you are doing to counteract that at least a little bit in like smaller spin to wins, it will be possible, is you will go and use the Rex Shimmerous Crossbow. This one here, because this one will heal for all the offhand weapon attacks. So you will get some sustain off it. Of course, that will not help you in a PvP situation with like 50 people, right? But if you're doing it versus monsters, you can sustain yourself easy. And on small scale PvP, it also helps a bit. The only thing, now this bow is picked in the spin to win build for that reason. It used to be picked solely for the reason that the offhand weapon attack chance was 35%, but it actually did get nerfed to 25. So that is not the reason anymore. You could also play something like Kovazan, because more attack speed means you get it more clearly. You have strength, yeah, that will make you a bit more tanky. And here you have a slightly higher offhand attack chance. I did do some math, like those 3% will not kill it, you know what I mean? Like the 10% difference, that was a big one, yeah, but the 3% also with not having the same effect is not worth it. Servers up. Oh boy. Server up. Best news of the day, huh?
Language not supported.
Thank you very much for the Prime, J Park. And that obviously means one treat for Lumi. He's already getting ready. Yeah. Oh. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Okay, you're getting a second one, huh? So one more. Nom 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 nom. What's up, Lumi? Okay. Good. So what I was doing, well, are we doing dungeon runs now, Shiro? Also really stupid, I only put my army toys for 1 hour in the expedition because I didn't know about the maintenance and then forgot to change it. Now I lost value with the army toy expedition. All timer also subbing before even following. Nice, thanks for the support. Okay. At 3 o'clock is the next event. So we have 1 hour and 30. We did get the milestone. Last time it was not open. Floor 3 and 4. So until I'm getting a reply, I will definitely queue for the matchmaking in Temple of Slaughter. And then we will be going for the Silas Abyss. I want to check if the floor 3 is now opening or if we actually have to wait. Are you going to grind at Abyss 3-4? I'm trying. I already tried this morning, but it didn't work. Like, I finished the quest. You see here this milestone. You had to kill 50 of them. I did it solo. I was doing it, and it was like, oh yeah, go ahead, do it. Who gives a fuck, no? Get you some rewards, and then kill it, and then go in the floor 3. I went in there, I chilled the quests in floor 1 and 2 quickly on the way running to floor 3. And then at floor 3, what was? The gates were still down, even though it says the milestone was completed. So maybe with this maintenance, it's also fixed. I don't know. But we will see. Oops, I was walking a bit off. Thanks for the subscription, Manjot. I am sitting extremely uncomfortable at the moment. I don't know. It does not feel nice. Okay, that feels better. Maybe I wasn't straight enough. Okay, so what the fuck did I do? I was going the wrong way. Oh god. Messed myself up. We need to go to that one here. That one. So we have to go back again. What's my current gear? This one right here. I would really like to get my Temple of Slaughter tokens. See? See? He was trying to do the same as me. The gate is still closed even though the milestone should actually be here. It's completed. New content should be here. But I think we have to wait until this timer runs out, even though it's not written like this. So, yeah, I guess this is what it is. But I also think I have not done my contracts today. Is there blues you farming to trade up? Yeah, that's why I want to go to floor 3. Like, that's the point why I want to go there. To farm blues to trade up. To farm Solent. Get sorry. You get lots of blue ones. You will get pouches there that are able to farm that contain purple ones. So you will have lots of options there. And my plan was actually to save all my upgrade mats so I can instantly plus +9 the Xbow if I drop it. And if not, then I will go the 120 tokens and craft it guaranteed. But now I did get lucky and drop the dagger while I was farming the tokens. And I'm not sure if I should switch to it yet. Yesterday, I think I should have switched, but I missed the opportunity. Because there were trades in the auction house for only 200 Lucent for hit. I should have maxed out the hit there. I would say no. I would try to farm 20k down in Silence Abyss, floor 3 and 4. And then afterwards I would continue saving up again. And I'm not sure how much it's fitting, but the next big step you want to use all your coins in and all your points on is Sauradoma Island. Like, you definitely want to be at 20k when Sauradoma Island is releasing. So from there on, I would say you're farming, so you always can farm it back, and you're ready for the Sauradoma Island milestone. But also, I would not worry too much if you farmed some down there. I also farmed a couple down there this morning, because I had my 50% food up, 50% Solent food ready, and then I wanted to get some space in, and I also have 9k points also in the bank. When is Sauradoma Island being unlocked? 1 second. Let's finish that quest and I will show you. And thanks for the follow, Skimi Taro. Blah, 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 blah. So your question was Sauradoma Island opening, escape, milestones. Yeah, that is it, the ruler of Lucan. So that was always a day, no? Like the difference between this, I think, was like a day. So this will be like probably 2 days. I would say 2 to 3 days, maybe? Somewhere around that ballpark. So I would say you can probably dump 20k now and then farm it back up. Also, the tokens in your inventory, maybe you want to save all of them for Sauradoma Island if you're not like in the need of like something specific now that your build is not running well or it's not working, then I would not spend them and keep them because they do not have a limit at which they end up and have to be used. In Korea, all of those tokens usually have like a 15-day limit or something like this, or a couple-day limit, and this is not the case here. So you can actually save them up for the best value. But on the other hand, you will get the higher power spike if you use them basically early as possible, no? Hey Schatz. Und wie war Arbeit? Ja?
Bei dir?
Läuft sehr gut. Läuft sehr gut heute. Aber leider hatten wir wieder so Pech wie das letzte Mal. Weißt du, wo der Server down war für 6 Stunden? War heute wieder so. Aber nur für 4. Aber naja. Yeah, let's go and get that globe here. And thank you very much for the follow, Login. Also, maybe one thing, some people were scared to spend their Mystic Keys, no? I hear that. Those Mystic Keys that you're getting at the contract merchant, you buy them every day. They only last 7 days, so make sure that you also use them. And you do not need to save them up for the big globes that appear on the map randomly. Those are, you can open without the keys. So you can spam them right out anyways the whole time. We'll be needing your advice for Xbow Dagger. Yeah, sure, go ahead and ask. We need one more gatherable. There's one. Oh. And more ornate points, huh? So now that we finished everyone in that area, before going to doing those 2 contracts on the next area, we rather go and get 3 new ones. Maybe we get something that is overlapping so we are able to finish faster. We are still taking a weapon as highest priority. If we do not get lucky and we do not have the red one, then we are taking the rare Polish crystal at the moment, or we could also be taking the rare Marint to craft for our skills better. I have already stacked up over 300 of those, so I'm gonna start going for Marins now. And here we are having mostly Phono Bazaar, and this one is Phono Bazaar, this one is also Phono Bazaar. Okay. So now we are switching location to the other one. And where can we use keys? Oh, okay. I just used one key. You probably missed it. But if you stay tuned for this, when we're doing those contracts here, I am pretty sure we will find a key location and we can open it again. key locations respawn? Yes, they do. And I've not confirmed it 100% yet. Oh, I would really like to AoE into that one, huh? Because I'm not stealing his drops or anything, but I'm getting, when he kills all those monsters, I am getting the count onto my quest. But loot is still to the person that attacks the mob first. So whenever you see that, you do not have to feel guilty. Just get that guy some damage. It actually helps him out. If he flames you, maybe explain it or whatever. And yeah. You see here now I got 5 kills top, even though I just didn't do anything. Here's also sometimes some mystic globes. Maybe we can find one on the way off here. Yeah, if you want to do the Phono Bazaar, what's it called? Mana recording device. You can climb of it from the other side, but I always like to do that path because here people were AoEing. That was bad timing, but usually you can do one AoE here to finish your quest, go up here, find the thing, and you're out of here. What's Xbow's hardest hitting skill? Quickfire. Quickfire is the highest DPS skill. Only if you include all the skill specializations and all of that, no? So this is the pathing also. You always want to go towards the cave in the pathing. Because here you will then find stuff like food crate and this. So you go straight to the mana record and then always in regards to food crate and stuff. And the other ones you will find on the way. This is also why in the guide I recommend doing Phono Bazaar as always. Because the route that you're taking, the walking, it's really minimal. You will find everything. You have a really good AoE spot for stuff. Like it's really easy to do. And here, yeah, you would have trouble porting out with all the red monsters and stuff. But there's one trick because you can go down here. And you can land on that ledge, and from here you can easy port out. That's the fastest run on contracts that you can do. Okay, so what, right, we don't have any, but we have one in ruins. This is Ravenous Zombie. Oh yeah, see now we have the option to get stuff that is like overlapping. So we are taking this one, then we can do 2 of them at the same time. Wait, what? This contract? Oh, I didn't press the refresh button. Okay, I just got confused. Okay, those are our last contracts. Sometimes you see here now it's only showing 2 contracts. Yeah, this is a bug. When this happens, you press N. You go again in this one, click on that tab here, and suck. Now it shows all 3 again. This is how you can quickly fix that. What is this website you're using to look up your build? Type !build in the chat, you will get a link. And also all commands that the channel has to offer, I did set up quite a lot actually to make it easier for you, are in the channel description in Twitch. Maybe I should also, no, wait, I don't have, maybe I should actually think about getting a bot that also can do YouTube, Because at the moment the bot only works for Twitch. That's actually not smart. Okay. Also, if you are in matchmaking, make sure to not take someone's party invite. Even though that might sound rude, but it will cancel your matchmaking and you will have to start from the beginning. So it's not as advised. And this was just like one of those big AoEs that you can basically pull off with Xbow Dagger. And now we are back at like doing our 1v1 shenanigans until it's up, and then we go and do our big AoE again. I'm not too much a fan of AoE. The only thing that I like is stuff like hit and run AoE in other games, like Elementor and Fly, for example. But this kind of AoE that's like so powerful, I don't know. I think it feels really good to just press that button. I can recommend that one for sure. So this time I'm not having enough mana, but so I had to prepare them a bit because I cannot get them fully killed with that mana level. Because the Mother's Nature Embrace is taking off mana for every hit, and I've not managed to get my mana yet to a stable point, but it is possible. I just need to get more stuff to get the Wisdom to 30 and getting also the mana potions, because I currently do not have any. How are the servers better now? Well, so far I at least didn't have any DCs yet. So that's already better than this morning, where we already had a complete stream crash and multiple DCs. But we will see if it stays stable or what's their next surprise that they have for us. Are you already full purples? No. At the moment I only have one purple and equipped, and one purple ready to equip, which we're probably going to be doing right after the contracts, if we're not finding. Oh, remember whoever was asking about the what's it called? The globe. Here it is. This is the globe. You will see it here on the map, like that little thing, Mystic Globe. And you can open that with your keys. It gets you upgrade mats and stuff. It's really nice. Always keep your eyes open. And now you're seeing this is the portal where you do not need a key for. So we can mark it with a 1. And we're actually going to go there now and try to find the upgrade mat that is in there. They actually have a really good value. Like, you should never skip on those. They're They're really nice. And they are also at the same location. So if that portal spawns here, it will always be at the same location. I just don't know that portal here. So we will still have to try to figure it out. That one will not give it away. This is a normal one. But we can still take it, obviously. The other one, it will look different, but we will find it. It's probably on top of something here, right? There's like something that you can only reach, probably gliding down from there. Also not on top here. Oh, it's not as easy as the... Oh, there it is. See, do you see that red shimmer there? This is where we need to go. Okay, okay. So, okay, I know where it is, and I know how to get it. We have to go up there, and then we have to glide down. Yeah, if you fall behind. Now, if you leave the guild, you will fall behind. And, but once you join the new guild, you will instantly unlock all the milestones that they have. And you can catch up again. So it's not like a big deal. Okay, so I wouldn't have had to run up there. So we have to go into that tower. So maybe if you saw the strategy that I'm doing, when you can, if you want to land something on top with the hawk attack, you can look at the shadow. It will show you the exact location on where to go down. So you can press it down, you don't have to aim. If you want to go sideways, it's better to elevate and then just pressing down just a little bit. Then you can go step by step onto the height where you're at, and you can glide into stuff from the side. It's actually fairly useful to do it that way. And here you can see really good value in that. Abyssal Contract tokens, 500, 8 trade extraction stones. That is already 1 blue trade being sold. And blue trades sell really well. Just look at the history, no? Like I sold stuff already enough to buy a battle pass for free. Just with like somewhat trash or low value items or low rarity items. Okay, so all the contracts are done. Still obviously not enough experience to get anything upgraded here. For masteries, once you're reaching level 7, it will start to get extremely slow, extremely slow. So yeah, it's not linear upgrading. It's more like exponential, or like maybe linear and then a crazy exponential upgrade. What are all the ranks for guild members? Guild leader, guild advisor, and guild guardian. Those are the ones that can do like activate guild buffs, all of that, re-roll the contracts of the guild, and also importantly in Boon Riftstones, the capturing in Castle Siege. No, it's only guild leader there, but in the others, they can also flip the stone and all of that. So in PvP, those roles mean nothing. Like maybe you can have it as like a reputation in your guild or whatever, but in PvP, all those roles will be given to the best tanks in the guild. This is how it is. You usually never keep a role like this for a DPS player or something like this. Makes no sense. Okay. So. Wait. I have to go to bank first, grab an item, and then we will enjoy a nice amount of fishing. So we're not doing like the most exciting part of the game, so it's going to be your job to keep the stream entertained by asking some interesting questions that other people might also want to know the answer of. So this is bait. Fish we do not need to get, but we need the buff food. Here we're having rye bread. Here we're having rye bread. And here we're having more rye bread. This is what you always want to craft with your rye. That's a daily limited resource until you have your fishing max, and then you stop doing it. So let's check. One of them was a great success, so maybe check if this is worth something on the auction house. Not that much, so I'm never going to use it for myself. And now we're going to go to Daybreak Shore, because as you can see, our fishing is level 7, and at level 7 you should switch. You should switch from Castleton to Daybreak Shore, around there. And my favorite spot is that that island right there. What's max fishing level? I believe the max of all life skills is 21. So now we have to go to consumables. And here we're having 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour and 30 of fishing. We're gonna start soft with a with a 15-minute one. Okay, little trick. You go to skills, you remove your block skill when you want to go fishing. And now you just turn off your brain while you fish, and you can press the block skill, because the block skill is the same as the snap of the fish, and you will always start with this 20% extra damage on the fish. Then it's easier to catch them, it takes less time, and you do not have to wait there and look for what the fish is doing. It's just more relaxed if you do it on the long run. Yeah, do you guys have any questions? Because if not, I'm going to talk about fishing. It's not going to be that interesting. Oh, I received a mail. Okay, okay. That was... Oh wait, I have my... Okay, never mind. Sorry, I got... My ADS got kicked in, like I got confused. We're gonna do a big Ornate coin spending after the fishing. Now I do want to use my buff food that I just crafted. But after that, we got a big Ornate amount here. Almost making the Ornates that you can win as the guild for being at the guild contrast useless. They just gave out 500 Ornates for the downside of not being able to play, and that is the max reward that you can get for each player in the guild event. So I don't know, maybe they want to reconsider the Ornate amount that they want to give at the event after that compensation. Maybe like make it like 5k for the rank 1 guild and not 500. How to extract gear, dude. Okay. So, right, we have to get that fish first. Here, you will have the option when you go over it and it's not equipped to extract the trait as a menu option. And then what you need to do so are trait extraction stones. And those you can get at many different sources. So for example, if you play dynamic events and you get a high rank, then you will get rewarded with those stones. If you do your contract every day and you go to the contract coin merchant, you will have a weekly limit of those stones that you can get. If you're killing mini bosses in dungeons, you can also get those stones. Like there's various resources on how to get those stones. Mystic Globes, for example, what we just did, is also rewarding those stones. So yeah. But also one thing, those stones is what NC Soft can use as a how to say that? Not manipulator, as like to fine tune the amount of Lucent that free-to-play player can earn. So basically, this anti-crate success chance on upcon crafting is the two factors on how they can tune it. Because if crate success is low, you can sell less stuff in the auction house for Lucent, and you will earn less. If the amount of trait extraction stones is low, then you will have a hard time selling the traits on the auction house, which is your main source of Lucent. So this is how they try to steer how much Lucent free-to-play players have access to. Any reason for fishing at Daybreak Shore? Does the location matter? Let's say it that way. The higher level the area is, like the mobs in the area, yeah, the better it's supposed to be regarding the fish that you're coming. So higher chance of higher rarity fish. I do not know if that is true. Don't know yet. I have only upgraded my fishing up to level 13 before I did the guide in Korea. I think it includes all the basics. When I get level 21 on global and maybe we learn something else, something additional, then I will update the guide. And thanks for all the subscriptions by Marilyn, Chrissy, and Mika. Hi, what region and server are you playing on? I am playing the early access server Talos in Europe. Oh, you see now? Now we're having a fish with a higher crate, but our rod is only crate. That means the chance to land those fishes is really low. Once we are able to drop 10 Nature's Jade with our fishing, we can then upgrade our rod to a rare level. But I only dropped 4 so far, so we will actually need to get 6 more to finally be able to catch the 2 starfish, which are usually a green one, which is extra strong, or a blue rarity. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Why do you have stealth? I never see you use it. Oh, okay. So the reason why I also pick stealth in PvE is just to bypass some mobs now, or to allow me to reset so I can port easy to town. This often saves a bunch of time because you can actually not port to town if you're getting attacked. And in dungeons, there are some dungeons where you can walk past mobs with the stealth that you then not need to kill to actually progress in the dungeon. And in PvP, well, in PvP I use it all the time. Like, I guess the benefit of stealth in PvP is obvious to everyone. Can you farm fish endless? No, you cannot. Oh, well, okay, so actually the game tries you to believe you cannot. Let's put it that way. There is a way that you can do it. So your base, you see here down there, I have bait, yeah? This is special bait at the moment. Let's fish that one out and then I can show you the bait that you usually use for fishing. So now the bait is out, and this one, the paste bait, this is what you get from fishing by going to the contract coin merchant and then buying that every day. This will always give you 50 pieces every day. So basically, your fishing would be limited to those 50 pieces. But, oh, now I have to concentrate, that's a 2-star. Maybe I can get it. Oh, now it's pulling really hard. Okay, this is actually really rare. Getting a blue fish with a right rod, the chances are extremely low. That was really lucky that he changed direction and not kept pulling to the right side. So other ways to obtain bait is just by dissolving some fish that you catch. You can actually dissolve and then get bait out of it to try to get even higher fishes. This is possible, gives you a couple extra tries, but will still not make you able to fish unlimited. What makes you being able to fish unlimited is killing all the monsters at Windhill Shores. This is the lowest level area that you will basically at some point be able to one-shot all of those monsters, yeah? And if you're able to one-shot all of those, you can get this item right here, shrimp bait. And basically, if you farm endless mobs, you can get endless shrimp bait, and therefore fishing is actually not daily limited. But I do it for efficiency. So I only fish if I also have the upgrade on it. Okay. I think we're gonna go back to Castleton. We are getting too many 2-stars here, and we do not have our green rod yet. I think we're gonna go back here as soon as we have the green rod. How did you get another dagger of resistance to sell? How to say that nicely? I guess there's no way. I would say it that way. Some idiot put it in for 40 Lucent and I bought it and sold it for 300. That is like the correct explanation without talking too much around it. I'm always checking the auction house to see for like good deals and stuff like this. Sometimes if chat is too active and you're disturbing me, then I will not do it for a while. and I will lose out on the good deals because I'm usually busy talking or doing something, but I try to do it at least like every hour, every 30 minutes. If you want to get max value, you should probably do it every 15 minutes. But I also didn't like the fact that it's currently not saving your favorites in the auction house. So every time they're having a crash or DC, all of your favorites in the auction house are being deleted. And I already set up all the favorites, all the items that have good value. So I can sneak peek in the auction house, see the values, see if someone did a mistake, put it too cheap in, and I can buy it. But now I have to set it up after every DC. And with the current server situation so far, it felt too annoying for me to do. Are you also using the fishing food? Yes, I am. You can see it right here. It's a buff. It goes down to your bar. Fishing mastery 15%. I always only, like when I have enough bait to fill the fishing mastery time of my food, this is when I start fishing. And obviously when there's no other events running around that I do not want to miss. I always prioritize fishing, then doing everything that is daily, and then if I still have time, I put in farms, guild contracts, fishing, all of that you need. That's what I need. Is there a list of items you recommend looking for? How to... The auction house is inter-server, yeah? So if I release that list, I cannot do it by myself anymore. You know what I mean? Like then everyone or like lots of people will see that list, they will do what that list says, and then it's not working anymore. So by releasing that list, I will basically destroy the strategy. So I cannot release a list of all the good items. What I will do, I've already have that planned, is an auction house guide that is explaining you which trades and what stuff is like good for certain values. Yeah, so you don't accidentally dissolve or destroy a trade that could be of high value. And also auction house manipulation in games is like a bit of my thing, you know. I've done that in many MMOs to earn my money. And I kind of want to keep some of the USPs that I have. I'm sure other people that have lots of experience with auction house manipulation in MMOs will also already saw some things that you can do to get like quick resales going here. But yeah, the less people that know it, the more viable it is. Who almost lost that one because I activated the food. Okay, we're going to do 15 more minutes of fishing, and then we're going to go into the grind again. And then at 3, we will probably be doing our PvP guild event. Is Twitch chat currently broken? Oh, damn it, what am I doing? I'm not paying attention. So, can someone type just anything in Twitch chat? I think my add-on is not giving the multi-stream chat correctly. So just... okay. Now it works, because I saw Salok's message in the chat bot, but not in the Twitch chat multi-stream tool. That was weird, but now I see it. What to do against mana issues on Xbow Dagger? reaching 30 wisdom as a threshold. There is, if you look in the guide, lots of the green and green gear that I chose was having mana regen on. And yeah, just get some mana rack traits. Then at the guild merchant every day you can buy the mana potions. Those help. And if you are getting your what's it called? If you're getting your cooking upgraded, you will then also have the heavy milk, which is almost making you full or with mana again afterwards. It's also really viable to farm AoE, because if you're doing a big AoE farm with your annihilation barrage, you will be almost out of mana. So you will need mana exchange to get back, yeah? Or you can go and use that milk to get back to full mana. That makes your farming a bit more relaxed and also can free up the mana exchange slot on your bar to take some more damage with you. Yeah, also, did you take Assassin Step as a passive in your build? Okay, so let's say you're taking Assassin Steps. That is fine. No? Every time you kill, you get mana regen. The next thing is you want to abuse the blocks of all the monsters with your block skill, the dagger block skill, because this also gets mana regen. So instead of like dodging something, or instead of like maybe fighting against one monster, that you might want to take on two monsters. So maybe you're killing, that happens to me often. I kill one monster so fast, yeah, that it will not even do its fury attack. So I cannot regen the mana on the monster. So I attack two monsters at the same time, and then the one that I'm not dealing damage to but is attacking me will at some point do its fury attack. I can block that and get mana back. So I at least get mana back once from killing two monsters and not zero. That also works. Hey sir, I am solo player. What class should I play? Do you recommend any? Solo. Like, how do you define solo? Like, you never want to do a dungeon with someone else. You know what I mean? You don't even want to use match queue. You don't want to be in a guild. If you Is that how you define solo? Or is solo just like not being in a guild and having easy access to a match queue or something like this? What's your definition of solo? Not being in any guild. Yeah, so if that's the only thing, it doesn't matter what class you're choosing. You know what I mean? Like, if you're still queuing up in the queue for a dungeon, you can just take any class and it will be fine. If you're a tank or a healer, yeah, you will have shorter queue times. You can see my queue up there, no? Here, the tank and healer missing since 54 minutes. I cannot go into a dungeon because it's not, no one wants to do it. And my static group is not online yet, so yeah. And you see, like I'm not able, like I'm literally, like I know all the mechanics. I could defeat every dungeon, but I'm allegedly not able to find enough queues as a DPS to actually do my daily dungeons every day. I am stacking them up. Like if I would have the chance and I have the more than enough playtime, that would be 100% already at 0. But it is what it is, no? I decided to play DPS, and this is what you get for choosing DPS and wanting to see big numbers. After 25 hours of queuing Temple of Slaughter, I gave up. I already had one clear, just to make that, to throw that in there. And I've had 2 attempts trying to clear it that failed. And because some people didn't understand the mechanic, they didn't know how to fly up there, how to pull the water down, they just didn't got it. But on the one try that I was like playing with some experienced people, we did everything textbook perfect. I like skip all the mobs, even kite the whole second room. So all the DPS can kill the mini boss with max efficiency. That was a clean, smooth run. I guarantee you those people also played in Korea, but sadly they were Russian and I couldn't understand what they were saying. And also they didn't have like automated translation on, so they couldn't also not understand what I was saying. Otherwise, I would have liked to team up with them to do more than just one run. How about PvP? I want to be a stinky bee. Like if you play arena 1v1 and not 1v1, queuing individually into arena, that would be like the PvP that you can do as a solo player. All other PvP is group content. And that PvP dagger, Greatsword Dagger is the GOAT, I would say, at the moment. You will win most matchups if you play this, obviously if you have decent gear, and you also need some hands and some skill. It's not an auto win playing that class, but it has the highest potential. And the skill cap of playing it is also not that high. Once you know your rotation, no? It's more like engage, burst, and then trying to survive. Yo, optimized dungeon run sounds like interesting content. Well, glad that you say that, because I already have optimized dungeon runs for all 6 dungeons available on the YouTube channel. Feel free to check it out. It includes best pathing, which monsters you can skip to be faster, highest efficient DPS uptime, best pathing, like the walking itself, and all the boss mechanics. And the videos are only like 3 to 5 minutes long. So I think this is like good information value for such a short video. Yeah. Do you think this game is lacking more healers or tanks? Not sure which one to pick. Ooh, like I know you would probably like to have one answer and then it's done, but I think it's currently equal. Like when I look at my queue, no, I always have that issue that how to say that tank and healer are usually always missing both. It's never like, oh, tank joins in, then we wait forever for a healer. Either it's like we wait like this, and then they're all coming fairly quickly after, and we get a queue, or it's just not working at all. Okay, 2 more minutes of fishing left, then we will do something more interesting. But it's also important as a PvP player to keep your fishing up, because I've already said it a couple of times. PvP are needed for the best PvP fishing food. For free-to-play players, a good source to earn Lucent. PvP players often like to spend money. And for PvP players, well, if you don't want to spend the Lucent to buy it, no? Or you maybe want to be ahead of the curve of having access to the food, you're gonna go and start fishing. Thanks for the subscription, Steven. Okay, last fish. Let it be a sack. Come on. Then we're doing the sack opening. We will definitely not get enough to craft our rod. But we are having one big sack. Big sack has a guaranteed nature trait. And the small sacks only have a chance for it. And wait, we can actually go... Oh, you can do that actually with any gacha. It has a chance info here, and then you can see what the chance is. And you have 12% chance to get a nature trait. And we have defied all odds, and we got one. Let's go. Oh, does it have to be between those two? Like, cause easy and less stressful is actually like a low APM tank. Low APM DPS, you know what I mean? You have to the least. With like healer, you're responsible for everyone in the party. With a tank, you have the most block checks and all of that you have to do the whole time. So yeah, not too sure there. Putting all the fish back in the bank. And did I put the Nature's Jade in here? Or okay. We always want to keep our inventory somewhat clean. And also, I'm not sure if we should do a video on caching and how high can you upgrade the inventory and just push it to the max no matter how much it costs. I'm not sure if it's good content. Because if it's gonna be expensive, you're gonna see me fucking being pissed. I don't know. Okay, we have to make sure that we are equipping our block skill back. No, not forgetting that. And yeah. So we're doing guild PvP in 23 minutes. Then it's what are we doing then to farm routine? So I want to farm routine and I want to farm wildkin at the same time, and it should be as low level as possible. So I think it's Carmine Forests, right? Yep, that's what's going to be it. How is inventory management in this game? Do you have to keep deleting things? How to explain that? So you're having a limit of 150 storage, 150 in your inventory. But you can go past that. I don't know yet how high you can go and what the prices are for it. And I would say the inventory feels like that if you have observation, you know what is good, what is bad, yeah. It's all right, but not good. Like it still feels limited and annoying sometimes. You need to give them some credit that they are having a pouch that in case your inventory is full and you would otherwise lose the loot, it goes into a security deposit. But also in that security deposit, you will only be able to free it once you clean your inventory. So it will happen sometimes that you will have to lead it, especially if you're new to the game and the management is not good. That's also the reason why I recommended to upgrade that to 150 your inventory as fast as possible. And obviously, I think it's designed like this on purpose, because they do want to sell their the inventory expansions. And I also think this is good designed that way, because I'm rather that a publisher makes money on an inventory, like a quality of life thing, than on something that buys power in comparison. But also, I'm not a fan of like a developer making a game bad on purpose just to sell quality of life. I think that with like that inventory, it's playable. That is not the case. But with like other features, yeah, some developers are always making the game way worse than it could be just to sell something that makes it normal. Like, don't like it. I think it's lazy game designing. Like, are you forced to buy new bank space, etc.? Yes, you are. You're starting out with, I think, 10 bank space, and you will have to purchase your way up. I would say a good chunk of the gold that I spent so far is actually in the bank space. But it allows me to farm more efficient grind without taking breaks, having to resell and all of that. And I think this is more than worth it. Also a good thing, when you are here in this area and you're grinding, doing that, you're grinding routine, you're grinding your guild contract, and the side effect is you will also be able to gather mushrooms. And all of the mushrooms are used in cooking, and it's a good ingredient to level up your cooking skill, and also to get the buff food that you need, like for example getting additional mana regen on your character and stuff like this. Because you can stack your damage potion and a mana regen potion at the same time. That's possible. I really have to figure out what that fruit is used for. For some reason, whenever I try to farm a green item, I get that blue fruit way more than that green item. But we just got lucky. If you saw it, we dropped a routine. And also for the guild contracts, yes, you're getting activity points. Yes, if you are the best in a guild contract, you're also getting Solent as a little goodie. And also you have the chance to participate at the special reward, and the special reward is actually a mystic cloak key. So if you're getting lucky, you always get lots of percentages for your guild. You will get rewarded with a higher chance of opening more mystic cloaks every day. Opening more mystic cloaks gets you higher in the activity ranking, and it gets you more access to upgrade materials. Holy shit, we got a queue, but only 14 minutes. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, they're at the boss. You can see here, I already have 1 out of 7, huh? So it's proof we already did beat it. We're just unlucky with the fucking queues. Like, if we could finish that before PvP event, like, I would be happy. That would be really nice. I'm not sure if they have someone that is doing the pylons, so I'm gonna go up. Usually you only have one designated person that does it. So the others are not... Hey, what? What the fuck happened? The water was dropped. So let's see if they can do it. I feel like they are not able to fly up there. Server too laggy for Pythons? I don't know. Yesterday it was too laggy in one run where I just couldn't do it. Like I was spamming it, it just didn't happen. Right now, after that server fix, you just saw it. Like I was able to perform it every time without any issue. So I don't think it's gonna be that laggy. Maybe they also have bad timing, wrong angle on the bottom one, because you cannot just press that piston in any way. You have to go to it from a bit of a side angle. 1.5 hour queue for that dog shit. If Guild PvP wouldn't have been coming up in a couple minutes, I wouldn't have mind to keep trying with those guys. Maybe they would learn it. But with Guild PvP up, like, I'm not wasting my time in there. Let's get a bit of grind going and then we're gonna go Guild PvP. Oh, welcome to the stream style. Thanks for the subscription, party. It's funny watching a DPS kill stuff compared to my SNS Greatsword. Well, if you go to this area, I think your Greatsword would also do fine. It only looks that cool because, or well, not cool, like it only slays that much because it's low level area because we are grinding for routine and guild contract. Actually, here we are having a tree stomp, and we need to get 1 Tran apple a day for our cooking session at the end of the day to level up. And we need 1 Tran apple for that. And you get them by opening the tree stumps. So basically, actually every day, you will need to open at least a couple tree stumps until you get that Tran apple. You have the skill build anywhere? Yes, exclamation mark build. And you're good to go. Protein. After that 3 stump, we're gonna go PvP. And I will also need to oh nice, we got the Tran apple that we need and we got 3 pieces. Okay, that's really good. So did we drop anything that we need to resolve? No, we got unlucky, okay. So we need to switch our stuff for PvP. That means PvP consumable. That I currently do not have one of those that is higher crafted up, but it should be fine. Then the event that we are going to play is Hidden Brown Mika. And here you can see for the guy that asked for the trade extraction stones, here you're seeing you're getting lots of trade extraction stones from that one. Yesterday we got really good here because we were able to get 4 registries win at once, and you're obviously getting more rewards then, no? Wait, Dominion event? Did I look for the wrong one? Okay, guys, I will have to mute my in-game sound to not to hide the comms from the guild. I hope you understand. Yesterday, people were complaining that they didn't get it, so I did put you a little note here. It's not my decision to share that or not. A guild has rules, and if you want to be part of the guild, you have to follow them. That's like pretty simple to say. There's also no discussion gap or whatever. They don't like it, so I cannot show it. Well, that was a short one. I am back. The server had a bug, and the PvP event turned from a PvP event into a peace event. Because we were supposed to be doing the guild PvP here now for the contract, and now it got all switched up. So, yeah, really weird. So what you always want to do at the start of an event is the gathering, no? When you only have like a couple seconds left, you want to go and gather your group of mobs. So you can start out with an AoE. Maybe you have seen one thing that I've been doing here now on the Xbow. When you're AoEing versus lower health mobs like those ones here, yeah? I know you're being reduced in level here if you participate in those events, but still, you will have enough damage to get everyone besides the sand turtle out if you undo your Mother's Nature Protest. And if you're having mana issues, this will make you not run out of mana for using the skill. So for the early game, a nice addition. Just have to go back from our PvP food to our PvE stuff. And you also don't, I just accidentally chose one of those sand turtles. You only want to take them if you are actually AoEing. See, now I did not take it, and I'm almost out of mana. Need to find a free spot to AoE. It's up in 15 seconds. It looks hard. Your positioning is almost more important than your kill speed in those events. See, everyone is AoEing somewhere. It's hard to find the current spot where you can take something. Maybe we're going a bit more to the edge. Also someone. Oh, God. Also make sure when you're playing those events to not attack monsters that already have a gray name. That means you're dealing damage for someone else, and he is benefiting from your damage, but you will not get the loot. Only on some occasions you're getting the loot when the other person is actually dealing 0 damage to it and it has been already a bit of time passed. Oh, I didn't target it. Oh God, what a noob. This is not a good one. I'm not finding a spot to AoE. All the corner spots are taken that I usually like to go to. Oh god. We're wasting more time searching for mobs. It's really bad. This is the best AoE I could do. Holy shit, like, this is not good. Not a good round. Thank you very much for the whatever it was. Currently have to focus. Because I already wasted lots of time. And you need to get a top 10 score for the max activity points. And we obviously want to have at least top 10 score. It's definitely not going to be enough for a first here in that mode if we are not being able to AoE. So the next merchant delivery is the last one. So once the next merchant delivery is being called, we will then try to turn in our points for max value at a ×3. Imagine we could have done those the whole time, nah? How strong it would have been, our score. Now we're still probably gonna get like 600-ish, but good scores start at like 800 plus. But it only works if you have enough freedom to AoE. Okay, that's gonna be my last AoE before we are delivering the first time. As you will see a bar here, the merchant can also close. If there's not a lot of players, then this is not a big deal that it's closing. But you see how many players is here? It's only taking 5k, no? If you're the one that cannot deliver then and only gets the ×2, your score will be really bad. You see, now the ×3 is over and you cannot turn it in there anymore. So everyone that now has a large stack, he will definitely not make a top rank anymore. Just because they didn't turn it in yet. Some people, they are like, oh yeah, wait for the last second, wait for the last second. No, 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 no. when the last merchant is announced, you better start running. Okay, 1 minute left. Maybe getting one more spawn here. Oh, okay, 20 seconds just to make sure I always have enough time. At 20 seconds, I'm giving in. 776. See, like it's a bit off from an 800 score. Okay, so let me catch up on the chat here because I was so busy. Okay. Hey, what is better for PvP, SNS Dagger or SNS Greatsword? SNS Greatsword, I would say, is overall better in PvP. See, only rank 2. Only rank 2. This is what you get, but it was close. See, with our standard 800 rating, we would have easily got it, but yeah, didn't work. It is what it is. No, not enough AoE space. Wait, first checking Lithography book. And okay, so next event is at 6. So again, I really hope we can do dungeons now. And I don't know why, but I feel like this. Can I check who was the guy that won? No Coco. Relationships, like friend. Oops, das war ja mal the worst friend ad ever, oder? Was it spelled like this? This dude was yesterday in the party when we were doing the run. How can I whisper? Send mail, try here to chat. Okay. So, is the reward for peace event as good as for PvP events? Yes, the reward does not matter. It's the same. I'm Brazilian and I've seen your guide from Xbow Dagger. You are using some AoE skills. Yes, I am using the Annihilation Barrage shot. Is the game lacking tank or healer? Is it just DPS every time you queue for a dungeon? Yes, it's lacking tank and healer a lot, at least where I'm at. How late does the last merchant get announced? Between 7 minutes and 3 minutes-ish, or somewhere around that. I don't know the exact one. One of the Russians? Yeah, one of the Russians. How much hit chance should best in slot DPS player have for PvP? I would say if you're having under 1k hit, it's gonna be rough. 800 I would say is like the minimum. Like if you're having a build with 800 hit, I would say it's solid. If you get 1k hit, it's a lot better. And of course, some classes have it a lot easier to get hit than others. So, I do want to get the dungeons done. I think I'm just going to queue for another one. Like, I don't think I have any other choice. Let's try to figure out which one is the one with the worst Lucent value. Because I want to do the one that has the worst Lucent value. Okay. Nothing is like extremely good, huh? Okay, so what is the easiest dungeon to clear? Ocho's Canyon, probably, or that's like extremely easy to clear. Unless they don't understand how the sheep works. That one is too hard. That one is too hard. Okay, so we're gonna queue that, and then I've not done this so far, but maybe I should also go. Oh, here's actually a bunch of Temple of Slaughter runs. Looking for heal, last boss, XP go, DPS, no mechanics. Request to join. Okay, maybe I should have done that first. I forgot about the board. At boss, need DPS. What guardian do you use, or what is the best in slot for Xbow Dagger? Okay. Okay, I got the knight. Then let's go with your guardian question. The Green Ranger Elovan. It is nice because you can go and bind everyone around you, and then you will spin to win. Makes sense. You could, if you're having Queen Bellandir, you can also go with Shento. It's probably spelled wrong, I think. It's called Shento, I think. Because this one can also crit and proc your Queen Bellandir, for example. Austin, the build command only works in Twitch, sorry. Oh, so you can apply to free. And 2 trade extraction stones, okay. Bracelet and daggers is there pretty good. Cave of Destruction. Yeah, but I already have my 20 tokens from Cave of Destruction. So I already farmed it 5 times. And in the early game, you should not farm a dungeon more than 5 times. So you can stack up your 120 tokens to get the weapon that you need guaranteed as a craft in case you get unlucky with drops. I've already done Carnix and I've done 1 Carnix, 1 Temple of Slaughter, and 5 Cave of Destruction. This is what I did first. And I actually got lucky. I dropped double dagger in Cave of Destruction. Hey, I have a question. Got a purple armor on 6.2. If I put my +9 blue armor on it, it will go on 8.58 and not on 9. Yes, this is a... if you would have a purple tier 1 weapon and you put it into a purple tier 2 weapon, then that would work. If you are doing it here, it is not the 6.27. I did forgot last time to do it, but I will update it as soon as we are upgrading the dagger. So it's probably going to be maybe like 7 or like 6.88, something like this. Like the value will be slightly higher. Also, you want to make sure that you're not over-investing. So when I upgraded my purple to +9, I was like, oh, well, fuck it. I'm just going to do it, and then I have to press it on 9 anyways once. I'm going to press it on 9 once, and then it instantly upgraded. Do you lose anything from dying? No, they actually changed it. It used to be that you would lose out on experience. Then you would have to buy the experience back with Solent, and it was pretty bad. Why do I have a red mark over my head?